Okay, folks, good morning. And this is where we left off last night. We've got 6 complete crewmen for the war wagons. Of course, the war wagons are done as well, both of them. And we're working on the last 2 now. So that is where we are headed. Hopefully, we can knock this out today and start putting these things together. Okay, so let's flip this thing around. And get a move on. Almost 6 a.m. So I'm hopeful we can get both of these guys done in the same painting session. That may not be possible, but we're sure going to try. Okay, that's the guy we'll leave it for last. Got it. All right, we got his shirt already done on this particular figure. And waistcoat, overcoat, something like that. All right. Let's go ahead and we don't need to do his helmet just now, but let's bring these figures here so we can make sure we don't pick colors we've already picked. Give them a little bit of variety. Okay. Let's get the magic drippings. Give them another dot there. The airbrush thinner. Okay. Right, this one should be able to do fine. Only got like 2 sips of coffee in me so far, so. Yeah, I woke up about an hour ago, and it's amazing how many things I got to do in the morning before I get on here. And there's really not that much to do, but between eating breakfast, checking email, so forth, coffee's got to get made. Making the coffee isn't really that big a deal. It's just waiting for the coffee to be made, which is also not a big deal, but you know, it does take time. So let's we're going to use white for this. What the hell is this? Get out of here. We're going to use white, but we're going to which we should have a live one over here. Yeah, there we go. But we're going to use brown as the mixer in, not black. Give it a little bit of a tone, different tone. Oh, I like that. I already got a thumbs up. So you must have came in, gave it a thumbs up, and went back to bed. Thank you. For those of you that do not know how this works, not that any of you apparently are watching right now, but if you do come back and watch this later, I can tell how many people are supposedly online, but I can't tell who they are. So if you want to strike something up, let me know, make a comment, and then I'll know you're on. If not, that's cool too. but there's no way for me to tell who's on here. Not through this format. Maybe if maybe you can do that through OBS, but I can't really. I tried to give OBS a shot, but the problem with doing OBS is I've got to go through my home internet, and we've already had that discussion before how pitiful it is. You guys wouldn't be able to see anything even in 240 resolution, so that's a deal breaker. All right, so let's lighten this up a little bit more. And a little bit more. Okay. All right. Let's. I think at this point it's the part where we go and paint the firearm. Yeah. All right. Let's go grab our mahogany brown. That's what we've been using for this. The noisy people have started driving in front of the road. They really stand out in the wee hours. There's always somebody that's driving some unmuffled vehicle. It sure seems like it. It doesn't happen that often, which is when it does happen, it becomes a lot more noticeable. Okay. Now you would think maybe that if I was going to paint all the firearms the same color, I would just have turned around and painted them all, but that actually slows me down. I don't like to take this figure, pick the other one up, fumble around between them, and I like to see a figure completed. So I don't want to wait twice as long to see two figures completed. I I'd prefer to have the shorter wait time before one's completed. It works better for me. I've tried both. I used to do the other one, and it doesn't work for me as well. There we go. Let's get some of that on here. I've had this one a while. You could tell the label is it's seen better days, but there's still quite a bit of paint in there. I think the only colors of Vallejo that have actually gone through all the way, there's only been three: the black, the white, and then the chocolate brown. All the other colors I'm still on the original one that I've been using for 15 years or so. Oh, sunny skin tone. I've gone through one sunny skin tone also. So they last a long time. Now this brush, I know this isn't going to come out on camera. This brush is going to get retired at some point, and it's because I don't know if I could put this somewhere that it's visible, but it's got a little burr that's coming out, not at the tip of the brush, but up a little bit. And it's the strangest thing. I'm going to see if I can't trim that off. If I can put it up against something that I can see it. There it is. It's right there. All right, let's see if that leaves that thing alone for a little bit. It's not like these are high quality brushes, and these will be the last brushes that I have ever purchased from that certain place that I don't buy things from anymore, or I'm going to attempt to not buy things from anymore. It's sometimes it's extremely challenging, but we'll do what we can do. And it's not because they don't make quality brushes. These brushes are just fine. One of my favorite things to do is to paint wooden things. Maybe because I've spent so much time in my early years not painting anything of wood that I don't know. I just really like it. I enjoy it. I enjoy painting boxes, anything that looks like it's made of wood, and of course it's not. It's made of white metal. Um, okay, um, let's go paint his face now. You probably don't have to switch to a smaller brush. We can probably get by with this one. All right, where's my black at? Here we go. And where's an empty spot? All right, let's do some the base color on the flesh. Add more. May have to actually change my mind about going to the smaller brush. We'll see how far we can go with this. So far, so good. I'm all alone this morning. No, you're here. Yeah, I don't know. People off to a slow start. Well, who really wants to commit their Saturday to hanging out with some guy in his, I was going to say basement, but there's no basements here. In his room here. Yeah, all alone. Well, the alternative is to put on something on YouTube and watch it or one of my books on tape, but it just doesn't keep me on track. Even even the most interesting book on Audible or whatever is just not as good as sitting here and working on my monologue, I guess. But I mean, way back in the day, I used to listen to music, and I just can't do music. It just doesn't. It just doesn't keep me entertained enough for this. So Right, you could probably find something better to do. Well, hopefully you're doing something while you're sitting here and listening. I wish there was a way to do it more interactive with OBS or whatever, but like I mentioned a few minutes ago, and nobody listened. Well, they weren't here, and was I OBS? I'd have to go through my internet at home, and it is just pitiful. You wouldn't even be able to get to see a picture in 240p. So, and as a matter of fact, I checked again on Friday to see if AT&T, the AT&T god, found it worthy to put fiber optic in our neighborhood, but apparently still no. So, if we ever move, that's the thing going to be like, do you have high speed internet here? Well, no, we don't. Well, I'm not interested in seeing the house. Go away. So, um, but it's all right because right now I'm at yep, 5G to the max. Cell phone signal. So, yeah, I don't know how in the hell some people are able to stream in this day and age in 1080p live. What kind of speeds they must have at home. I can't believe they all have business lines. But, oh well, maybe in 10 years or whatever it'll be better. I'm really not sure. But we'd pay for it. If it was, well, we're paying a lot for what we have. So it's just one of them things. Some people have crappy cell phone signals. I'm blessed that I do not. So, where you have one thing, maybe you have something else. Maybe they have really good cell phone signals, but then they live in a high crime area. So what good does that do? Let's see. I just need to change locations. I'm in the living room right now. I'll be right back from my man cave office. There you go. You got to have one of those. My wife told me I do not have a man cave because man cave kind of insinuates that women are verboten. And that's not really the case here. She can come hang out with me if, not while I'm online, but, you know, I'm not doing anything here that I have to be hidden from other folks in order to do. Or the daughter, she could come in here and read books. So all of a sudden, in the last 6 months, she's just taken off and she's consuming like books constantly. So that's really, really cool. I'm really proud of her. I don't have a problem with kids that do not like reading what's assigned to them in school because honestly, it's just terrible. The things they assign for you at school, they're just terrible. I never liked a single thing that I was ever assigned in school to read. But do I like to read? Absolutely. But I want to read my stuff, you know? So I feel like it really helps with spelling, vocabulary. So I don't really have time to read because I'm doing this, but the doing things through Audible definitely helps me consume books. I'm going to have to go to the smaller brush for this. I don't think it's actually the smaller brush. It's a less abused brush. How about that? That's probably more accurate. Now, where did I leave my things at? I really need to replace this, don't I? Here. Go. Okay. Maybe bring it up a tiny little bit more. All right, I think that'll work. Now let's switch back to where we were. The corner, we still have some there from last night. And let's go ahead and put all these metal parts. By the way, did we end up? No, let's do that before we forget to do it. Let's come back to the figure last night and put the the lighter metal on the non-oil covered helmet. Let's not forget that. Because I could totally see that happening. It wouldn't be a huge deal. If I go and seal all these guys and find out a couple of the guys didn't have the brightening on the helmet, I could just brighten them helmet and then just seal that hand brush some flat on it. It's not that big a deal. It's just annoying. I mean, I want to get these guys done. So I want to keep moving forward, not backwards. No point in. I didn't wake up at 5 a.m. not to get things done. You know what I'm saying? You back now. You can put seal decals on your Dark Age Spearman. I take it that's 28 millimeter guys, right? Although, I guess you could put them on 15s as well. Dark Age Spearman. I actually surfed around 15 millimeter from Boeta. Little big man transfers. Oh yeah, those wacky things. The way they do that, they're really cool when they're finished. But and I had some doubts. I had some real doubts how those things were going to turn out. That I used on my Russians. They were left shiny and like this isn't going to work out, and then it did. It just kind of came together. But as I mentioned it at the time, I think I did them I did them live. I did some of them live, and I think, as I mentioned at the time, it's really difficult when you've been painting as long as as I have, and you come across something that you don't know how it's going to turn out, and you're almost scared because they're very unforgiving. I really wish they were water slide decals instead. But it is what it is. They do turn out nice, but they're extremely unforgiving. You put them in the wrong place and it's over. So maybe that's why they give you so many in each set. But it's strange that this hobby would cause me stress. The whole reason to do it is to avoid that. So that doesn't mean I won't buy any more products. I think their products are excellent. I just think that, and the flag is really, really weird. Where you have to put that wet thing on a piece of paper, but then you can't have it too wet or it turns into a spitball. You waited a long time before I did my Vikings, but they turned out well. Yeah, yeah, and you put them on there and they're shiny, and you're like, man, I hope the dull coat will work, and it worked for me. It's a good product, and they are beautiful. So whoever is doing the artwork for them, that person really knows what they're doing. It's just very strange to have to cut around the edge, and you don't want it too big, and then paint the area white that you need to put it on, and it's like, wow, this is like everything's backwards from how I would have done it, but they turned out well. Like I said, if I was probably, it wouldn't be so scarring if I wasn't somebody who'd scarring is the wrong word, but who's been doing this stuff for a long time. I'm not expected to be challenged in that way, where you don't know how you could do. Like, I can paint the next army I paint. I don't know who it is, but I know that I'm going to be happy with how they turn out, and if I don't like how they turn out, I know what I need to do to fix them. But yeah, the decals were kind of scary in a way. And I like painting shields. It was just, I used them on my Russians, and the flags are almost, some flags are just too complicated to turn out well. I've done a few on computer and printed them out, and the printing just, even though they turn out fine on a computer and they look really nice when you print them out, a lot of that stuff that you've done is kind of lost. It's kind of shame because I feel like I could have done a really good job. But even with a high quality laser printer, it a lot of those details just don't come out. So okay, so we've done all the middle parts on this dude. All right, let's do the little, I think the bottom part of the wood thing here. Which that's going to be really interesting how it works out because they don't really have any post to fit on here on the war wagon. So this little post, the way I'm going to, yeah, the lighting on that looks good, at least from here. The little post that sits on the bottom is not going to be able to rest on the actual edge because otherwise the firearm is going to be pointed up at a 25 or 30 degree angle. So we're just going to have to go over the edge. They're just going to be, I'm just going to have it hang over the edge. Like it'll keep it from stabilized a little bit. We'll see how it turns out. We'll figure that out when we get there. So Okay. Oh, it's time for some more coffee. I've only had one, so I will be right back in a moment. Oh, good. People are showing up. Time for me to leave. I'll be right back in about 3 minutes, maybe. Maybe that long. All right. 5. I should leave more often. More people come up. Hey, you're more popular when you're not on screen. Awesome. All right. Have another one. This could have used more ice, but I don't want to wake up everybody in the house. Man, I love ice. I'm always warm, so. And while those of you guys are waiting to thaw out with the weather, it's already, summer's already here in Florida. So, or, it'd probably be more accurate, it never left. Okay, right here. And, oh, here we go. You almost finished with 2 Viking armies. I just need to dull coat them. I'd wanted to present a game today. One lot is almost all solid blade. The other one's almost all fast blade. Wish you could edit. Yeah. Yeah, I make mistakes all the time typing, and I'm kind of a spelling Nazi, so I don't like seeing spelling mistakes. So, but there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to get over it. You want a father meets son game. I can't run one of those. Where the first generation is fast and the next is solid. Oh, okay. Not actual father and son. Yeah, I can't run a father and son. My dad's not around anymore, and I don't have a son. Which is okay because that means I don't have to share my toys. I always thought I'd want to have a son, but then I thought about it and I'm like, you know, what if they hated history? Nah, yeah, it's okay. It all turned out all right. Because my daughter doesn't game. She's actually scared of gamers. I don't blame her. Some of you guys are weird. Don't forget to wash. But she does watch pretty much anything I put in front of her. So she'll watch all the war movies and stuff. So that's all good. I went into a game shop in another town. We were traveling, and I had my daughter with me. It's like, let's go in there a second. She's like, no, Daddy, those guys are weird. I said, you got nothing to worry about. None of them have ever even kissed a girl. She laughed. Oh, man. You have 2 sons, but they were misdirected by computer games. Uh-oh. Path of least resistance. My grandson is 4, and he's fascinated. Computer games are cool, but it's the interaction with other humans. other humans that you know, because like for instance, I don't want to go online and talk to people that I've never met. Um, but yet I'm doing this. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're doing something like, Xbox Live or something like that, I don't want to play with, somebody with a mouth that has that just being an asshole all the time. I've got no interest in that. Um, but anybody can play a computer game. This is just like, okay, I've kind of developed these skills or strategies of how to paint this stuff, and I kind of want to keep it going, and it's enjoyable and it's therapeutic. Um, I get done with painting and I feel good. I get done with video games sometimes and I want to punch somebody in the face. So it's a different thing. It's not necessarily it's not therapeutic. Let's put it that way. And I don't enjoy television. I don't. I don't enjoy television at all. And computer games are better because at least you're making decisions. And that's really what's fun, is making the decisions and something happens because of them. But just sitting there and watch things happen, it's just like it puts me to sleep. So I think maybe I imagined it, or maybe it was a computer game where they did some kind of a movie that they were advertising a few years ago that was like one of those choose your own adventure books. I don't know how exactly that would work, but I want to say that's how it is. So maybe it's one of those, if you want this guy to do this, fast forward. But those usually are only two options, you know. So that's kind of linear. Any kind of games I prefer, they're more open world than they are linear. So you could kind of go in every direction you want, not just, you know, do you like blue or red? Well, what about green? You know, mm, it's my fault. I gave them computers when they were 12 and 13 so that they leave mine alone. It paid off in that they now have secure jobs based on computer work. Well, there you go. For me, it's I was excited about history stuff before I ever got to play a game of it. So I had that first. So it's not like, you know, here's this game and it's about history and they don't have a love of history of it. So for me, it was just a way to participate in maybe participate isn't the wrong or the right word, but you know what I'm getting at. It's a way of partaking in something that's happened and make decisions and like, well, what would I do different? That's the appeal for me. Oh, there's the white that's alive. Man, white dries out fast, more than any of the other ones. I wonder why that is. Chalky. Where's the black that's alive? This will work. I don't want to replace this thing yet. I got one more figure to go, and then we can start brand new. The best thing about computer games is that you don't have to spend several hours setting it up. And usually you can just, okay, I can't do anymore because I have to go to work or chores or whatever. Save, and I'll pick it up where I left off. That's the best thing. And it also doesn't allow you to play the game wrong. So you can't like get rules wrong. Now, if it's programmed incorrectly, well, barring it's being programmed correctly, you can't move too far, etc. I've done quite a bit of it. I don't play just anything, so I know there's people that are addicts of buying one thing and another one and another one, and not me. There's luckily not that many things that interest me. So, I did go through, I think between Christmas and New Year's, we were on vacation. I wanted a new computer game, and I was staying at a hotel that had really good internet. And there were several games I was interested in them, and I ended up downloading one. And they do a thing, there's no more demo. There's very few demos, but they do a thing where if you buy it through Steam, you get, I don't exactly know what amount of time you get, but you get a certain amount of time that you can ask for a refund. And I did that like 4 times in a row. I'm like, no, this is not what I thought it was. No, this is not what I thought it was. It was, and yeah, they don't capture my attention like they used to. Yeah, see, this is the this paint gasket that forms around here. Every single paint container has an issue. There's not one that's perfect. There's some that are worse than others. This is not one of the ones that's worse. That would be the tester's ones. And there's probably ones that are worse than that, but worse than that I've had. Let's put a little bit more here in case I need that. All right, let's put this away now. But every one has issues of closure. So Pactra. You guys remember Pactra? Going way back. Pactra came in those tiny little bottles like the original testers that made the testers one seem good. Boy, that stuff was horrible. I'm sure somebody out there liked it. The thing as a kid, when I was doing models as a kid, the paint was bad, and what's even worse than that is the brushes that were readily available were horrible. So I could probably handle the old testers paint, old Pactra paint, with brushes that we have now, and just thin those paints down and probably be okay. It'd be a pain in the ass, but I could deal with it. So we're all history buffs here. Well, I hope so. That's what I did in college. That's what I took for all my electives was history. So, and that was before I was gaming anything other than World War II. So I didn't do ancients and medievals until I was, let's see, hold on, 2004. So I would have been 33. I was 33 before I ever did ancients and medievals. So, kind of a noob to that. I was really excited about painting these bright colors, and I never had a chance to. That was pretty cool. Painting reds and nice for a change. So one thing I am looking forward to in the future, this might be 2 years away, is painting up some of the buildings that I have for my 20 millimeter figures. And I'm meaning 2 years away because I need to get through all these vehicles that I have. I know sometimes it probably sounds like I make it sound like like it's a chore, like I got to do, like I'm writing sentences as a punishment or something like that. But no, I want to knock all these guys out. I already have them. And just like it was exciting to paint these bright colors for these ancients and medievals that I was never able to. I'm excited about doing weathering that I can't do with these figures. So on the vehicles and stuff, minor weathering, not chipping and rust stains, and you know that's a bit much. It's a bit much for the war game look for me. Other people do a beautiful job of it, but if you're gonna do that stuff, looks, in my opinion, better for for a diorama. It's like if you go to I don't do Flames of War, but there's some great pictures on their site. If you look at the figures that they have in Flames of War, their vehicles aren't painted what I would call realistic. That doesn't mean they're not painted well. They just painted kind of like a graphic novel. And I like that look for wargaming a lot. Forced shadows, not necessarily natural. So that doesn't mean the people that do all the super detailing do a bad job. On the contrary, it just, in my opinion, more suited for like a 1/35th scale model, which I used to do way back in the day. Not to that level, but the internet's made us all better, hopefully. If not, I think you're doing something wrong. But, if you were doing this kind of hobby before the internet and then afterwards, the internet's definitely improved us, and being able to share techniques with other people. We don't all have the answers. Hopefully learn from each other. Okay, time to put some hose on this guy. Do you have a red one? We do. Let's put white on this guy, just because I'm lazy. Now, this white we mixed with brown, the one that's on his cough. So we're going to do gray with the one on his legs. Actually, we have a gray around here, don't we? Yeah. Oh, but it was the one that we used on his. Oh, but his overcoat is gray. Let's not do that. Let's do something a little yellowish. All right, let's go grab. I know exactly which color to grab. I just got to find it. Nope, not that one. That's the wrong one. It has a funny name. Funny, peculiar. This one down here. Yeah, I don't know if this is exactly the one. This is kind of an ugly color. It's beige. Well, it's called beige. It's really kind of like a eggshell, yellow eggshell color. We're going to use this. This is one of the original Viejos I got a long time ago. I want to say from Brookhurst Hobbies. I'm not knocking them, but I think it was sitting on their shelf a long time. So, and I'm pretty certain that Vallejo has changed their formula at some point, because the ones that I get now behave different than the older ones, and they behave better different. They're more oily. They're more like Cote d'Armes. They flow a lot better. So I love this stuff. I wish there was a store I could go and buy this stuff. Their paints are just so really, really slippery, and they go on really well. Really happy with them. Yeah, this thing was so old that the end of the tip broke off. I need to remember to replace the tip of this one with one when I use it up. Look how gritty this thing is. Yeah, this is one that didn't. I mean, I like this color. It's a useful color, but all right. Oh man, okay, here we go. You still have a Tester's bottle gray with a price of 15 cents on it. Still good. Ian, hello. The world is full of Scots. In the UK, miniature paints have a real neat, newish system of paint pots. Hard to describe, but very clean, open, close. Good paint, but small range. I use them mainly for foundation layers. Miniature. Which particular brand is that, Ian? Is that the Foundry system, or is that something different? I mean, these all of these modern ones last forever. I've had this thing at least 24 years. I bought this when I was still doing World War II stuff in the late 90s. So this thing, I mean, they keep forever. The fact that this is rubberish, it's not extremely rubber, the bottom, but this is, and it just gives you a really good seal. I mean, they last for freaking ever. So, and yeah, I'm wondering what paint pots those are. You want your toys to be playable. I leave off antennas, etc., that will just break off after 2 games. Well, you just need better people to play with. You get a hammer, get one of them hammers, and just, they get hit with a hammer one time, they'll know how to do that again. Dirk, good morning or good evening for you. Dirk Heinsius. I think that's correct. Yeah. Excellent. From New Zealand, if I remember correctly. I gotta write all this stuff down. There he is, crossing obstacles. Mr. Cog, getting as little sleep as I am as well. Excellent. Glad to see you're on. Sleeping's for sissies. You don't get any painting done sleeping. One of the one of the sites I go to, I don't go there as often as I used to. The DBA site Fanaticus, and it's really hard to keep. Almost no one there uses their real name, so I know that I know what some of these people's real name is, but I can't tell who they are from their handle, and I'm like, I don't know. I've never really used a handle on on stuff online. I mean, on Xbox or something like that, yes. But if I'm like on a hobby thing, yeah, I want to, I want people to know who I am. Not because I need to, be Mr. Popularity or anything, but when you run into somebody at a convention, you can kind of it's easier to make the transition. Oh, you're this guy or you're that guy. So, but hey, if people want to use their fake name, that's fine. That's fine too. I mean, I get why they would. I'm nicer on the internet than in person, so I don't use it from a standpoint of I use a fake name and that way I can throw rocks at a glass house. That's not me. So it doesn't mean I'm an asshole in real life. I'm just saying that I don't like to stir up controversy on Facebook or wherever. It's not my thing. I'm opinionated, but I don't necessarily need to convert anyone or get into arguments with people. They don't really solve anything. So I know that's some people's hobby, apparently. But, okay, this is actually flowing okay now. Maybe the secret is this stuff. Yeah, this is definitely very lubey. Um, I'm just going to make this, give it some properties of yellow, but it doesn't need to be really bright. I don't like these peasantry type guys wearing really bright clothes because unless they stole it, bright clothes are expensive to make, and these guys are more concerned with feeding their families. Hey, that's the fluff on my Hungarian Wagoneer dudes. The backstory. What do we got here? Da, 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 da. Dutch name. Okay, excellent. And living in New Zealand. Just finished my Saturday night painting session. Excellent. It's just called miniature paints. What? Those people need to failed advertising. Independent range from a company seller called Coritani. Okay, let's jot some things down here. Got it on my notepad here. I've got a roll notepad, but I like writing on it's not a napkin, but paper towel. Always have for some reason. Miniature paints, miniature paints, Coritani, Italian, I'm guessing. I do a lot of basing stuff. Cool, I'll have to check it out. I just use the name of my own YouTube channel in the chats. That way I don't have multiple logins. Makes sense. Makes sense. When I started doing YouTube, I couldn't on the fly come up with a name of my channel that I wanted to commit to. I guess you could change your YouTube channel, but I don't want it to be, some DBA thing because, 10 years from now, I may not play DBA. What's he saying? I don't know. I'm just, I've also said I think I'll always play some DBA type game in the future. I'm not going to spend these thousands of hours painting these figures, and we're not going to play this anymore, okay? That's not happening. But I don't think I'll be playing anything that's commercially available right now. So that doesn't mean we're going to be playing other rule sets that are available. I've looked at them and they don't really scratch the itch. So, so I wouldn't want the channel to have something that's specific to some kind of a set of rules. And we do play our games as close as we can to the rules, but sometimes we may get things wrong, and I don't want it to be really a reflection of the rules or what have you. So yeah, if I had to come up with a name of my channel, I just couldn't think of it quick enough to really do it. I'd probably do a play on my last name, which means eagle's roost in Spanish. It's like eagle's nest, something like that. But then I don't want to use eagle's nest because I might think it's some kind of white supremacist site. Or maybe something focused only on World War II. Anyhow, so I just used my name. It works. I read somewhere that if you want to get a World War II game to sell, you give it some kind of a German name or put a German soldier or something like that on the cover. I guess that works fine unless it's something that's for the Pacific, in which case that wouldn't work very well. But I say the German stuff sells. I don't know. You'll send me a pic of the lid to show you. Awesome. That'd be great. You came up with a cogwheel image, which I love, by the way, first, and then I shoehorned it. Then I shoehorned it in the name to fit. No, that's good. I like the cog. It's elegant. It's very elegant. Sometimes an eagle's nest is just an eagle's nest. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I definitely use my crest of arms or a stylized one because I got a good one. Some of you guys have Mitch's crest of arms. He's got a potted plant. Dumb bastard. I don't know. I don't know what it feels like to be somebody who doesn't have a crest of arms. I don't know. I guess I'm used to it because I've always had it. But there's some dumb ones out there, and I don't mean the guys that have a rooster, because sometimes those are okay. But you could look it up. That's an interesting thing to look up. Worst crest of arms. My dad had a I want to say a building construction company, but that's not exactly right because he was kind of working at a on his own. So it's not like he had a big company or anything like that. But he used the crest for his Aguilar builders. So yeah, yeah, it's like a German imperial eagle, gold background or with a black eagle. So sometimes it's double headed, sometimes it's not. So I like it. That'd definitely be something I would use. But I like that cog. I appreciate as a artist or whatever. I definitely appreciate when I see something that is striking, memorable, and looks good, well thought out. So sometimes an eagle's nest is on. Yeah, I'm very partial to birds of prey. I pretty much stop what I'm doing if I see one flying around and observe. We're big fans of that. So, and we have many of them where I live. You go outside and there's always hawks or very rarely a bald eagle, but sometimes it's possible. Osprey, that kind of stuff. It's all fun and games until you're reincarnated as a field mouse. Magnetic displays. Good morning, Jeffrey. Uh-oh, the Scots are coming. Awesome. Magnetic displays, Koratani, are great for a lot of gaming accessories. Have used their products for magnetic basing for years. I'd never heard of them. Good, we'll have to check them out. I love to surf things on the internet. So I'd say I'm pretty much cured from buying things. And the reason I say this is because I'm on this kick of using things I already have. Well, I have so many that it's not like I'm really limiting myself. But after I do my World War II vehicles, my Russians, I only have a few more vehicles to do, and then I'm going to jump into the Shermans. They make these aftermarket kits for the Shermans of like applique armor. So they've got like people that make things out of resin. There's a company called Red Dog out of the UK. There's another one that name escapes me, but they sell things through eBay and they have resin editions like extra sandbags for the Shermans that they put on there. And they'll come with like a set of like four. This other particular company has with a set of four, and it'll say these are for the Armor Fast M4 Sherman kit, which I have two of, and they're definitely in need of some personalization. Let's put it that way. And they'll make their applique, not applique, but their added on armor that has the sandbag front. They come with four different ones, and all four of them are different. So it's not exactly the same sandbags in exactly the same place. And it's not particularly expensive. It might be like $10 or something like that for them all. And I haven't bought them yet. I'm like, I'm not going to buy that until I start working on the Americans and absolutely need to have them now. And that's and it's not from a money standpoint. I just don't want to feel bad of having more things that I don't use. And that's after years of making that sin of buying things and not doing anything with them. So I'm pretty much cured. I know someone on another site, they said recently, I think they posted in the last couple days, that they keep buying things and not doing anything with it and they don't know how to stop. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem because I've made that mistake so many times in the past and I felt empty inside. It's just wasteful. It's wasteful to buy things and not do anything with it. So, white. Where's me white? I'd be lying if my appeal to painting the pre-feudal Scots wasn't partially due to the fact that I want to start trying, because I'm trying to drink whatever it is my army is from. I mean, obviously it's not, whiskey wasn't invented in the 1300s when my medieval Irish were around, but still, you know, uh, I'd be lying to you if the part of the attraction of doing the Scots is not to try different type of Scotch and bring out with me. But we'll see. We will get to them sooner rather than later. I don't know if they're going to be next, but I like giving those armies the time in the sun that most people don't build. So that's an appeal for me. And of course, the Scots Army that everybody builds is the Scots Common Army, which Mitch already has. And they went up against my Irish the other day. I don't remember if they won or not. I don't remember. We played 4 games and they were one of them. So we'll give this guy some black shoes. How about that? Start off with some dark gray. Oh, come on. We've got, see, do I have a tweezer small enough? I got a little hair or something like that on there. Let's get rid of that before that causes a problem on down the line. Not that anybody would be able to see it other than me, but. Okay, good. We don't want to seal that in the spray. So one of the things that I'm not particularly good about is remembering to close this thing. In other words, put the lid on it when I go and do my grass. So invariably you'll get a couple of pieces of grass, of static grass floating around here. Not many. There might be 12 in this whole thing, but it's just annoying when you encounter them. I need to be more disciplined. I need to talk to my drill sergeant about that. He's not doing a very good job of keeping me on task. Watched some stand-up comedy the other day, and one of the things that this particular person mentioned, and it was just part of their shtick. They, well, I watched one that was god awful, and part of their shtick was that they said that somebody did not like them because they laughed at their own jokes, and I don't like comedians that are just deadpan delivery all the time. That just never, they feel like they're just never having a good time. So if I did stand up, which I have no intention of doing, I wouldn't be good at it. I think that my humor just isn't, it wouldn't be appreciated in this day and age. Oh well. I already have a day job, so, or maybe I'm not crazy enough to be a comedian. Or is it the fact that people are a comedian that causes them to go crazy? It's hard to say. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I started with black shoes and ended up with gray shoes. Well, they are worn out. Okay. Put some Nuln oil and this dude's done. We got one left. Okay. We're getting to the end of it all. Linoleum oil. Medieval French. Wouldn't that be something? Build a medieval French army. Everybody's got one. That's the reason not to do them. They'd be fun to play. I get to talk in a ridiculous accent for the entire game. Hey, that's part of the fun. Whether it's wrong or not. That's a huge army. That's a big commitment. Okay, we'll let this guy dry. Last dude. Let's put this away before this spills. We do not want that problem. Just get Mitch to sit in the front row. He'll laugh. He laughs all the time about everything. It's actually really nice. He's very positive. I'm a little bit more. Who's that angry bastard? I know that doesn't really narrow it down. Lewis Black. I'm a little bit more Lewis Black than him. He's really a very positive guy. And I don't mean that ugly. I just, it's nice. So, I guess he does laugh a lot. Oh, well. I know somebody that used to play games with us. They don't live here in town, and they're angry all the time. And having a happy guy is a lot better. I couldn't handle playing with that other person every week. I would. Yeah, he doesn't really complain about anything either. Oh well. Maybe one day we can all be like Mitch. Him and his rutabagas. Okay. So we have 4 other figures that already have the same look. So we want to make sure we don't repeat any of them. Let's use a coat that is a little. Let's see. Can I get away with using this one and be okay? I think so. There's nothing really similar to this one. What else I got back here? I got this Russian green one, which isn't really Russian green. It might be more similar. Let's do this one. There's a movie I started watching that I knew he would appreciate. So, like 5 minutes in, because I find things funny and I like to laugh, but I don't laugh about shit that's not funny. Where he laughs about everything or he giggles about things. So I'm like 5 minutes into this movie, and I'm like, oh, I gotta turn this thing off, and we gotta watch this thing together because this is gonna be, like really, really funny. You guys, I'm sure, have seen stuff like that. You'll watch some movie and it's like, it's good, but if you see it with the right person, it's even funnier. You know, if you watch something like, say, Deadpool or something like that, or I remember Liar Liar when it came out. You watch that stuff with a. I remember way back in the day. This would have been like '97. I was on a date, and we went with a group of her friends to go see. This is not my current wife. or an ex-wife at all. We went to go see the Bug movie. What's it called? Starship Troopers, and didn't know anything about it. And the girls hated it, but there was this other guy that was there, and him and I didn't had no idea who this guy was, and this was just a jolly joker, and we laughed. It probably wouldn't be that funny now, but it was 1997. It's different times. But yeah, you watch something with the right person, and it's hilarious. And they gotta like the same kind of humor you do. And this particular movie I'm talking about is a movie that did not get very good reviews, and many people do not like it. I got a kick out of it because it reminded me of all the video games that I used to play growing up. And I think it's a Russian movie, or at least most of the filmers are in Russian, called Hardcore Henry. The whole thing is filmed like from a first person shooter. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. And let's just say we had a really good time watching that movie. But I don't know. Maybe we have a different sense of humor of what's around, because they'll promote funny movies. Or like, hey, this is funny, and I'm like, this isn't funny at all. I don't get it. But oh well, I'm old now, and I don't mind. Old. I'm old school. There's some movie that came up. I think it's a Netflix movie, some zombie movie that's coming out in May. It's a Netflix movie. I sent Mitch a message. I said, "You wait to watch this with me. Is it'll probably be stupid, but we'll have fun laughing about shit on it." Yeah, there was a time there a couple years ago where we'd sit there. He'd wait to watch Walking Dead with me. We'd watch Walking Dead, and then we'd play DBA. May have been before we started filming or something like that, but I finally gave up, and it's like, okay, this show is just terrible. Like, why are we even watching this? But yeah, go watch your show with the right person. You have a really good time. It's great to have a friend like Mitch. If only if you painted. Only if you painted, man. Is this overcoat all the same color? I think it is. So let's go ahead and paint the arms and stuff like that. Do, 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 do. The big problem in this town is this is a university town. So if you do find somebody that you really hit it off with, they invariably move away if they're related to the university. I'm not related to the university at all. So, I mean, whether there's a university here or not, it doesn't really make a difference for my employment. And the same thing for him. So I don't think we're planning on leaving anytime soon. Let's put it that way. So, and as a matter of fact, with the things that happened in 2020, it was very eye-opening that there's many places I wouldn't want to live. So 2020 and 2021, I should say that. Yeah. Mitch doesn't paint. There is an army. He's got some Confederate troops that he painted. That was it. I told him that makes him a racist because he only has one army painted, and it's racist. I don't think he even plays American Civil War. So, Ian. Okay, let's see what Ian's picture. He just sent me over a picture of this thing. Let's see. Let's see if you guys don't. Okay, I don't know if you guys got disconnected, but thanks for those pictures, Ian. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Miniature paints. Have to check them out. What is going on with the freaking shipping from the UK? That's crazy. I bet. I bet if they went back to the EU, the shipping isn't going to come down. I think that was a. I think the government. I think your government found a loophole that charges weren't being applied to things coming to and from the United States, and that's kind of going to be the new normal now. I suspect that's what it is. That it really doesn't have anything to do with the EU. They just kind of like, oh, we should have been charging these surtaxes all along, and we didn't. So, oh well. As long as you know up front what the costs are going to be, that's okay. I could be wrong, but as an uninformed outsider, that's what it looks like to me. Which I don't have a problem with the government collecting taxes, but can they at least show us they know how to spend money before we give them more money? You know, it's like, hey, you're a kid that doesn't know how to spend his allowance, and then they want, hey, give me more money. Well, wait a second, you have a gambling addiction. Why should I give you more money? You said you wanted $6. You spend 12. So why should I give you 8? You're going to spend 14. You know? You received an order last month from the UK. I detailed my experiences on the Facebook site Wargamers. Basically, the shipping costs now were the same, but now I have to pay a 19% tax. Yeah. Well, I can see for you guys that are in the EU and the UK is not in the EU that there would be some kind of a tax on that. But from the US to the UK, it doesn't make any sense why there would be a hike up because we weren't in the EU anyways. So, I don't know. And for instance, use as an example, shipping from Italy or Spain or France or any place that's not the UK before Brexit was extremely high, but not from the UK. With the UK, the shipping was almost like it was from the US. Yeah, almost the same, except exchange rate, because the pound sterling is a little bit more powerful than the dollar. Not horribly so, but just a little bit more. But you buy from a U.S. distributor, they just mark it up anyways. So there's really no difference. So if we're already, when they were in the EU, we were paying less, but other EU countries we were paying more. Now that they're not in the EU, why would we be paying more? It doesn't make any sense unless it's some loophole that they found. Kind of like when the sales tax wasn't being applied on consuming on items that we were buying here within the US. You know, if you buy something from another state, you wouldn't have to pay state sales tax, or it wasn't being collected or whatever. But that's kind of a loophole that they've pretty much sealed up now for the most part. But that's a measly 5-6% that we're talking about, not 19, which is dramatic. Used to take about a week. Last shipment took almost a month. Yeah, that's the big difference from things from the UK. Is it now taking a long time? It used to take a week. You know, almost exactly a week. So, oh well, we'll just deal with it. Luckily, it's not anything that we need. We have to have. It just seems like it's a loophole that they sealed up that was there that nobody really looked at. An untapped revenue source. I know someone asked me, they were going to send me something, and they asked me if I had to pay taxes on something I received as a gift. And I didn't know what the hell they were saying. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Because apparently, if in some places, if you send somebody something, they have to pay taxes on it, and it's being held at the post office. I don't know, to my knowledge, anything in the United States of that we would receive of our size. It may be like a vehicle or something huge that would be held up in customs that wouldn't be released until someone on the receiving end pays the appropriate taxes. I've never experienced anything like that, and I've ordered a lot of things from overseas. So I gave them some kind of response, like, this is America. We don't do that stuff like that over here. But I'm sure, you know, vehicles and things like that, you know, something that's rather large. Like if you go and order a Volvo directly from Sweden or something like that, or you want a Bentley, yeah, you're going to be paying out the nose and before it gets released. But hobby stuff like this, I mean, most of it's under 50 bucks. It's like not worth messing with. Yeah, that won't work because I'm pretty much convinced I'm not going to go to the post office again if I can get away with it. That's just an unhappy place. And it's even worse now with the whole, you know, standing in line and, you know, everything moves a lot slower. I can only go on my lunch break because they're not open on weekends. They might be. They might be open on Saturday, but I'm not using my weekend for that. So I don't want to give up my lunch break to stand in line with a bunch of unhappy people. Which I guess it means I guess I'm not going to sell any more things on eBay, which I don't really do that much anymore. I did, but I don't want to go to the post office. Things from Hong Kong used to have free shipping. Wow. It's amazing how many things actually come from over there. It's actually ridiculous. And I don't mean Hong Kong. I mean, you know, what Hong Kong is now. You'll get some coffee. It's actually ridiculous. You go on Amazon and try to find something that doesn't come from there, and you come up empty-handed a lot of times. Free shipping from Hong Kong. Now, there's a lot of things that offer like really cheap shipping from there now, but how long it takes to get here could be, several months. So, can't say that I've ordered any of them to see if that shipping is accurate. I might have been tempted to before, but the things that happened in the last couple of years, I'm avoiding everything from there as possible. I've even thought about taking all these brushes and just throwing them away and getting new ones, but we'll see if it comes to that. I'm definitely checking out where the brushes come from. My next batch. I think I've pinned down where they're going to come from. They're actually ones that they say they're made in Germany. That's all I can go with is what they say where they're made. But I would have thought that there would be more brushes from other places, other than pretty much all there is China, Germany, and the Winsor and Newtons, I believe, come from the UK, but those are just prohibitively expensive. Sight unseen. I may be tempted to pick one up if I see one at a store, but there's no stores here that have them. But there's another kind of brushes that seem to come from Germany. I don't remember what they are. I've got them in my Amazon shopping cart. We'll see if we'll pick some of them up. But I'm okay on them right now. But I've got this other set that I don't know where the hell they come from. And they don't say they're $20 for, which is kind of high for what I'm used to paying. I guess I'll just have to get used to paying more for brushes. It says Royal and Langnickel Brush Manufacturing in Indiana. Now, I know they're probably not made in the US, but it doesn't say anywhere where they're made. And they used to be brushes would always say here at the bottom where it was made. So I'm fine buying these as my new go-to brush, but because they're available in a local store, but they don't say where they come from. And the fact that they don't say where they come from makes it really suspect. But I don't know. I've thought about taking all my other ones and just throw them in the garbage can after I get the other ones. But anyhow, speaking of Hong Kong, I hope those people that are able to leave Hong Kong and wanted to are able to. So I know It's amazing how that place just, all the rioting just kind of stopped. Yeah, I don't want to buy things from that place, from that country. I'd feel like it almost feels like you're buying German products in 1933. But we'll see. We have any more of this color here? I'm gonna make an effort to. I'm gonna make an effort to to avoid that if possible. So, uh-oh, which one of these two colors did I use? Was it this one or this one? I think it was this one. All right. Yeah, why aren't there Italian brushes? Or brushes from Malaysia or India? Or, Japan. I found some Japanese brushes, is that right? No, an airbrush. I was looking at airbrush. I'm like, I wonder where the airbrushes are made. The Iwatas are made in Japan. That's okay. Those people behave now. Those people behave all right now. My phone's Korean, so that's okay. The phone that all of you enjoy as well. It's really amazing. It really makes it easy. As much as I enjoy doing this, I don't think I ever would have bought a video camera to do this, because the thing is you need, if you have a video camera, now you need a computer to edit it. And it's the editing part that is extremely frustrating for me. So all this, well, this doesn't have any editing, but the other videos, yeah, the editing on the computer is just a mess. Let's just put it that way. And it's not the editing per se; it's the compressing, exporting process, as it's called, is just a mess. I've come close to just never making videos again because of my experiences on exporting videos. I think that's kind of cured for the time being, but I really, making your own videos really made me appreciate other people making videos. It's like it is a royal time sucker and a pain in the butt, big time. Okay, I think we got this guy about where we want him. Let's add some of this and if you bought brushes from Germany, I'm sure they would be wunderbar. Well, I don't know. They might be cheap ones. I'm sure they make cheap items in Germany. I know you guys are proud of your high quality items. That's good. Not everything you make in a country can be high quality. It's not because these brushes aren't any good. They're okay. I mean, they're $4 for freaking 10 of them, so that's pretty darn cheap. And they're available locally. I just, we'll see. I'll have to find out where the hell these Majestic Royal Langnickel. You know what? We're going to open this up and see if they're written in here. texture. There's nothing in here. I'll have to find out. It's so strange. They don't say where they are. I'll have to look them up. If not, we might just return them at the store. Get the German brushes. So the German brushes are like, you get less of them and they're like, I think like $20 or $25. So I just can't see spending $17 for one brush, sight unseen. You know, I just can't. Oh well. We will persevere. All right, let's add a little bit more layering to this. Always called this painting system blending, but I'm not blending on the actual figure. You're doing the blending here, but I'm not precise with my words sometimes. I know what I mean, and sometimes that's not what I say. Layering is what this is referred to. Okay, now let's get off. All we got to do is survive this one figure. We can toss this thing away. Although I may keep it. I've actually thought about getting a second one just to do the vehicles. You know, because you can see what kind of a mess the vehicle's made of. Pretty much consumed, I don't know, 20%, 25% of this thing just doing the Soviet tanks. So all right, let's add a little bit of white on here. John Mifkovic. Good morning. If you're looking for a North American supplier of Cote d'Arms paints, we have one here in the true north. They cover the entire line. They go by Cardboard Dungeon Games. Excellent. I may pick up a few. I love Cote d'Arms paints. I mean, I really, really, really do. They really cover like nothing else. Okay, let's get on my little pad here. Cardboard Dungeon Games. Okay, Cardboard Dungeon Games. Cote d'Arms. Okay, perfect. Yeah, the shipping might be expensive, but the dollar favors us. When are you going to move down to the States, man? We could use you down here. I'll talk to customs. You mail yourself down, and we'll trade you 15 Antifa guys. They can go up there in your place. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think Historicon's gonna happen this year, man. I don't think so. I still got my room booked, but because that was a pain. I was so excited to stay at that new facility. We went there a year before last. I know you did you guys come up? No, you guys came up when Historicon was in the Stalingrad building at in 2013. Yeah, that place was shameful. I walked into that place, and I've been to the Lancaster Convention Center, the host hotel before, but it's under destruction, or it was under destruction at the time, and it's just like a shame. It's just a shameful place, really, to hold it. It's some of us work really hard for our couple vacations we get a year. We don't need to go to Stalingrad, you know. They didn't even arm us. They sent us into Stalingrad and they didn't give us any rifles. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we got off that barge on the off the Volga, and I walked into that place, and the first thing I said to Mitch is like, "This is like freaking Stalingrad." And one guy that was working there just busted out laughing. I mean, I guess I was surprised that a normal person knew what Stalingrad was, but I guess he'd seen a movie or two. But in 2019, it moved to the Lancaster Convention Center, and that place is deluxe. Okay, that is really really nice, but we didn't stay on property, so we did, which is very difficult because they had a very limited amount of hotels. But I did secure a room for, well, 2021. So for this year, I secured one. Obviously last year they didn't even have it. We were going to stay off site when we had to cancel that. So I don't want to let that hotel go until I know for sure that we're not going, but it's not looking good. It's looking like they're not going to be able to hold it, regardless of whether or not there would be enough restrictions that we may not want to go anyways. So, but there'll be other years. We will be, whenever we get back to, as I like to say, 2019 freedoms, the freedoms that we had in 2019, then we will run a full slate. But it may be a while. It may be a while. But the bad thing about it moving is they don't have that brewery across the street. That was a damn good place. That was a damn good place. So they do have an Irish bar next to the place. A nice one too, not a dump. Right next to the convention center. So that was our hangout. But we will go this year if we can. So lighten this up a little bit more. John Mifkovic and his early Swiss that I'm still having nightmares about. Man, it was a brutal army. I'd build them because they kind of fit into the stuff that I like to do, but they're a little bit one dimensional as far as troop types. But they're definitely cool, man. Those deep, fast blades. I'm a big fan of blades, anyways, but I don't have the figures for them, so that's kind of an incentive to not build them. But good times. But that's the whole reason to go to the convention, okay? For me, I don't need to go to a convention to game. I game every week. I don't need to go to a convention to shop. I got everything I need, fortunately. So what's left? Hang out with folks. Okay, well, if I can't hang out with folks, or, if we've, you know, if it's a situation where we're wearing enough PPE that it's not conducive to be social with other people, then why am I even going? Why am I driving 15 hours one way? You know? Yes, he is in the other London. Would that be New London? A little bit more. We got to give him a little bit more brightness on this. Let's brighten this up just a tiny little bit. And let's just pick a couple different areas here that are going to pop, like on the sleeve and stuff. Okay. What color cough are we going to do on this guy? Or as I like to say, a dickie. Well, it's not really a dickie because he has it on the outside. I'm just going to keep saying dickie though, because it makes me think, what did Tony just talk about? What's he got on his shirt? Can we do white? Should we do white? We got one guy with a white one. Is it a different helmet? It's the same helmet. Okay, we can't do that. How about light blue? We got a light blue. How about red? We got a red. How about a green? We got a green. How about brown? You got a brown one? Nope. All right, brown it is. We have a brown that's alive over here because I'm lazy and it doesn't make that much of a difference. I end up mixing it with black and we get a different color anyway. So, all right, we're going to, this is going to be our candidate here. Let's see if we can find us a spot to work with. All right. We're going to paint this, all of this in this brown color. And for those of you that just are joining, this is the last figure that sits inside the war wagons. So when this guy is done, we can seal the whole lot and start gluing them on the war wagons. And base those jokers. And these damn Hungarians will be done. We could start thinking about the next army. Start to seriously think about the next army. I've thought about it the whole damn time. We'll see. Yeah, is Canada on lockdown? I don't remember if Canada's on lockdown. I know Europe is screwed. So, Europe, I think, is like California. I hope we learn some things from this shit when it's over. I'm sorry, if it's over. You know, let's wash our hands, folks. Let's let's let some people do their jobs from home where they're not, wasting fuel. And you want to do something good for the economy? Stop letting forcing people to drive to work when they can do a job from home. Keeps your overhead down too. I wish I could work from home. Not really conducive to what I do. What else? Yeah, definitely wash your hands. I think a lot of people just, a lot of places are being cleaned how they probably should have always been cleaned, and they never were. So, did you frequent any of the Hamilton gaming Oh, now this is for John Peter. You might have a doppelganger here as you look familiar. Hey, John, since you're on and you're Canadian, do you have any contact with the author of my favorite World War II rules, which is also Canadian? His name is Michael E. Ball, B-A-L-L. He made a set of rules called The Face of Battle. And I just wanted to kind of give him a shout out or get in touch with him. I don't remember where exactly in Canada it is, but they are Canadian rules, and they came out in like 2001, which I guess people tell me is a long time ago. It doesn't seem like it, but I guess it is. But he's I'm not sure if he's up in your gaming group or whatever, but new law in Germany: you must let your employees work from home if it's possible. I'm against new laws, okay? But that's a good one. That's a good one. Good. That's good. We waste a lot of, I mean, I don't drive very far to and from work, but I still waste an hour of every day being in the car. And it's not an unpleasant hour because I'm not in heavy traffic or anything like that, but that's an hour you could be doing work. That's a good law. Although the problem with that is all the people that go along with that law to have to enforce it, more expenditure. But yeah, let people work from home, not burning fuel. That's a good one. Michael Shellu, welcome. Good morning to you too, sir. Glad you could be a part of the Hungarian finals. That's a law that makes sense. Make people work from home if they can. Things that don't make sense is like what they want to do in this town. There's a traffic congestion problem. So I don't know if this is actually still something that's being considered, but it was considered maybe like 5 to 10 years ago. These lunatics want to take a 4-lane road, spend money, and turn it into a 2-lane road. For the reasoning is the traffic will be so bad that people will want to take public transportation. That's inane. That, so, but, these people have never had a real job in their whole life. So why would you spend more money to make life inconvenient? You know, so it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Where, if you want to do something good for the environment, let's people stop burning so much fuel. Let them work from home. Makes sense, right? Oh well, I wouldn't make it in politics. I can't even be a member of our association, our homeowners association. I can't stand having a meeting where nothing gets accomplished. I'd rather not have a meeting. As I like to say, just because you don't value my time doesn't mean I don't value my time. So if you're going to waste my time, let's do something with it. If not, I will go do something else. Firearm time. Regular hotline in Stratford, help run DV events for a convention. We don't enforce the law unless the worker files a complaint. We we, we follow orders. How'd that work out for you? We follow orders. Oh man. Something weird like a World War II game in Greenland with a U-boat crew and an American weather installation. That sounds like a cool game, honestly. We follow orders. All right, did this thing dry out already? Man, it hasn't been out here that long. Well, we're going to go necromance that little guy. We're going to bring him back to life. We don't want to squeeze more out there. It's just going to be wasted. It's more time consuming than anything else. That's just time that we could be spending on something else. Okay. And let's add a little bit of white to this. Down here, they just removed the requirement to allow us to work from home. Uh-oh. Everybody back to wasting your time in the office. Michael, I think you're either in Australia or New Zealand, I think, if I remember correctly. Um, Commonwealth are here. Lots of people from the Commonwealth. That's a good requirement. Everybody wins. I guess there's some people that say they don't want to work from home, but I would love to work from home. Just the fact that I could wear whatever the hell I wanted to. Um, I work in a construction site type of environment, even though it's not a construction site. It's a manufacturing facility. So I have to wear PPE for just because I'm not necessarily working in an environment that is, I'm not in the shop. I'm checking loads and stuff outside. So nothing really can fall on me, but just because. So the idea that, that's why I don't like hot weather. The idea that I can wear whatever the hell I damn well please is extremely appealing. Okay, let's do the flesh. We got the flesh stuff out here. Yeah, I think this is over to this side. Kirrawee, New South Wales, Australia. Okay, the Land of Oz. I like that. I like that as a nickname. All right. Right. Let's. That dried out, so we're gonna have to get us another one. The last little bit on here. Let's not go crazy. Not that I'm gonna run out of this stuff, but it should be enough. And I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing with this flesh. Now I have to decide whether I'm gonna put a guy on the ground, like a spearman on the ground, like behind the war wagon, just holding up a banner. So the pros for it are that it would look cool. The cons against it is I don't really want to add any more flags because if I add flags, then it dilutes the authority of the general. So here's the general. Here's the general stand. Okay. And he's got it going on with a lot of flags and stuff. And, if I start adding flags to guys that aren't the command stand, then it kind of dilutes his authority. When you look at an army, you're like, which guy's the general? What ain't the guy in the freaking war wagon handing out, bread? It's, so that's the reason against it. But it would look cool. I don't have any spearmen that don't have shields, so I don't really want to put a shield on a guy that's behind a wagon, anyways. So I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'll probably place it on the stand and see how busy the stand looks because it is going to be, my war wagons are going to be on 40 to 40, 40 by 40s, and they're going to be facing this way. Okay, so the front is going to be like that. So when they move forward, they're not going to be moving like this. They're going to be moving this way towards the enemy with all the guys facing the front. So it's more obvious. It'll look good, even though practically it may not be, the most accurate. But I'll see how much of the stand gets filled up by this, and we might just leave it at that. Because on the back side, there's also a little step. There's a little step that comes up that'll be glued in there that fits in here for them to step up. So it's going to be a little diorama-ish or whatever, but we may just leave it as it is. Not that painting two other spear guys would be that difficult, one for each stand, but anyhow, so that's been all storming in my head all along, deciding which way I'm going to go with it. But I'm sure I'll make the right decision when the time comes. But regardless, when this guy's done, we'll wait for him to dry, and we'll spray coat all these the two war wagons and the 8 figures, and because each war wagon is going to have 4 guys shooting out of it, so that's the plan, anyways. But this is the base color for the flesh. And I don't know this. I believe this will be my 33rd DBA army, something like that. We'll see. I think like 27 or 3.0 compatible or something like that. So it would make sense that the next thing I do is maybe bring one of the armies that aren't compatible with 3.0 to be compatible with 3.0, because I don't have much of an interest in playing the older versions of the Army. Not because they're not any good, but just for simplicity's sake, you know. A couple of my armies I just need to give up on. My Southern Dynasty's Chinese changed so much that I'm going to have to turn those guys into something else. And it's a shame because I really like that army. I really like that army, but it's just totally different in 3.0. I used to run it as a cataphract general, a cavalry, a light horse, an elephant. And then they would have 3 solid blades, 3 solid crossbow, or 4 solid crossbow, and a skirmisher and a Saloy. That was a great army. Great army. But, and they look good too. So, but that's all right. We'll use this brush and then we'll go to the smaller brush to do the fingers and stuff like that. All right. Not planning to attend Historicon until things stabilize. Border is still closed, and who has 14 days to self-isolate when you return from your trip? Yeah, nobody has time for that. Yeah. Let's just hope that that gets removed someday. I'm suspicious. It's when when your rights get taken away, folks, it's very difficult for them to give them back to you for whatever the reasoning is. And I'll use 9/11 as an example. When's the next time you'll be able to take your loved ones all the way to the loading ramp on a plane? You'll never be able to do that. You could kill every terrorist in the entire universe, and that right will never come back to you. So, and it's just because, well, what if something does happen? We'd get our pantsuit off, so we can't do it. So, this litigious world we live in. Yeah, they put a thing on there that why I think Historicon won't happen is they put on the Historicon group on Facebook. I was not aware of what the laws are in Pennsylvania, but in Pennsylvania, you have to quarantine for, if you enter the state, for 14 days. Well, I don't know exactly how they would do that if you're driving there. And then my wife said, well, the cops could just target out of state tags and pull you over. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to be in that environment because that's, let me see your papers, Like I said, if it becomes too inconvenient for us, we just won't go, you know? It's, um, it's not a life or death situation. Then, like I said, the whole reason for me going is to interact with other people socially within the venue of playing DBA or what have you. If I can't shake people's hands and freaking, why am I going? You know? Um, Anyhow, I don't want to have a conversation with somebody, while we're all muffled wearing a mask. I mean, that's like, what's the point? I could just stay at home and not do that. So I'm not one of these people that I'm going to show my ass and I'm going to do what I want to do. I'll follow the rules. If I don't like the rules, then I just won't do that. Nobody says you have to go to Historicon and, and wear a chemical protective suit. No, you just don't go. So, anywho, in my environment at work, I am not really around people. So fortunately, I don't even know this thing's going on. Let's put it that way. It doesn't really affect me. Thank goodness. So when I go to the grocery store after work, I'm like, what the hell's going on? Oh, that's right. You know, you just forget. So I can't imagine going through all the hoops that everybody has to jump through. Fortunately, I don't have to do that at work. At home, it's not a big deal. You just avoid it. You're like, man, I don't want to do that. Just have them deliver my groceries or whatever. Um, but, you got to go to work. So, yeah, I forget the things going on. Construction's booming. It's been booming. The construction industry didn't slow down like it did in 2009 for no reason. So, yeah, I forget this thing's going on. Okay, so the flesh is done on him. Let's do some metal. Let's go back to the bigger brush. Wow, don't want to waste the point for all these very specific things. So, where is? Here we go. We should be able to get some off the top here. All right. That's the problem. I don't know where I put this stuff. uh, Here, and here, and here, and around the edge here, and there, and the little touch hole. And let's do his helmet, even though we're going to wash this afterwards. Yeah, I forgot about the whole border closed. We're supposed to go to another country in November for vacation. We'll see if that happens. But we will see. We're going somewhere. We're sticking to ourselves at pretty much one location, using that as a base. So it's not like we're going to go to some local market or whatever when we're around a bunch of people. I'm fine staying away from huge crowds. I don't like huge crowds anyways, or You know, those places where like you're at a crowded bar and you're sitting in a corner, like trying to have a beverage and not bump into people, and people still bump into you. So I don't like those environments anyways. So the fact that you can't do that is no big loss for me. I don't know that author. I didn't inquire about him, and he lives in the greater Toronto area. That's about an hour and a half from where I am. Howard may know him. I'll have to reach out to Howard. He might be an asshole in real life. I have no idea, but I love his game. We were coming up with our own rules in the late 90s, and we didn't get very far because I didn't have my Mitch at the time wasn't available every single week as much as he is. So we didn't get very far. But a lot of some of the mechanisms were very familiar to what we were coming up with. So when I found that set of rules, I was really happy with it. But it's extremely anal retentive and slow moving. But I like that for World War II. So, yeah. Fortunately, I had the foresight to buy all of his rules when they were available because I think the main rules aren't available anymore. Some of his expansions are available on not Drive Through RPG. What's the other one? Maybe it is Drive Through RPG. One of those virtual where you can get rules through PDF or what have you. Whatever the other one's called. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. But I did have the foresight to buy all of his expansions because the core set of rules only comes with the Wehrmacht and the Soviets, and they have an expansion for the Commonwealth and an expansion for the United States, and I think they might have one for the French. Which, if that's the case, I don't have it, but it's still available. I probably should get that before it's not available anymore. Not that I have any intention of doing the French stuff. Nothing against French people. Just it just didn't go on long enough for me to really be interested. Although French tanks are pretty cool. I'm not catering to French people. Just being honest, I don't have a problem against them. So yeah, they're crazy cool tanks. One man turrets. One man turrets make skirmish games really interesting and make those tanks really usable because you got one guy that's trying to do it all. You know, he's firing the gun, he's loading the gun, and he's usually the commander, which you know damn well that when the action goes down, he ain't commanding jack. Okay, he's already over multitasked on what he's doing. So my goal for 2021 is to try to remember how to play those games, that rule set again. I hadn't played it in 17 years. So it's not written like DBA, thank goodness. So there is hope there. And it's not a tournament game. So, if we get things wrong, it doesn't really matter. It's not that big of a deal, you know? Get this little post part here. It's supposed to be a rainy day today, but I'm spraying anyways. I ain't worried about it. I've actually sprayed, and I've told this, and people won't believe it. I spray in the garage, and I've sprayed with the garage open. It's physically raining outside. It's huge humidity. I never had a frosting issue with the dull coat. So the frosting issue some of you guys are using is probably, I don't know, maybe an old painted can or whatever. I'm not sure what it is. But I do leave my cans in the garage. So the can is always at the same temperature or humidity or whatever that the environment is. So you don't have a rapid change from inside temperature to outside. That may be it. And I also don't spray super thick. So maybe those two things together. And I don't use really cheap spray. I use the Model Master, which is probably more expensive than I should be using because it's like $7 now for a small spray container. So that's the name of it. War Games Vault. You think he's moved on from World War II and is doing modern rules? You can still get his games on the War Games Vault. Yeah, you can't get his core rules on the Face of Battle for the World War II on there. War Games Vault was what I was thinking of, not Drive-Through RPG. They have a similar setup, I think, of the site. So modern. I thought of doing something modern in I painted a squad of some African troops for an imagination similar to definitely inspired by the guy that did the Bongalesia stuff, and was thinking that was the direction I was going to go in. A little bit, definitely a lighthearted game, more on building narrative than necessarily realistic gameplay, but it's just too much to get off of the ground. I can't go in so many different directions. So I may do some modern vehicles, but it would be to do it in that type of a venue. But I do have a squad of the main nation's forces. So I do have a couple of vehicles. The one vehicle I had complete, although I'd probably redo it now that it is. But I picked up, and the whole thing is a pun, everything. So this is, in particular, this is an old Matchbox kit, probably dusty. But where's the base that it goes on? That I never put it on there yet. There we go. This is my African basing. This is just shims. And yeah, and this is a vehicle for one of the factions that I like to call Moron. Multinational organization of, oh crap, what's it called? Multinational organization of regional observers and negotiators. It's the UN, but it's so this would be a faction that if they have any troops, they're not allowed to kill anybody. That's kind of the whole thing. So if you can imagine like modern Africa meets pig wars, this is what you would have. and more interested really on doing the narrative than anything else. But I don't have any UN troops. They would. And that's the problem with having the ringer on. I got some number that I don't recognize. But hopefully it's not somebody that I tried to call 3 times yesterday and I couldn't get through, but it's too late. I hung up on them. I have no idea how to lose a live feed and not have a personal phone call be fed onto the internet. So, yeah, the volume on the the volume on the phone is not related to the volume on the ringer on this phone. I want to say it was in the last one. So, yeah, that's, I actually, yesterday, I, I reset that to make sure that my ringer was coming through because I had my ringer turned off for many, many months. So I said, I'm not a technology guy. I've just kind of stumbled across being able to do this successfully, somewhat successfully sometimes. But I didn't know my ringer was turned off. I always keep the volume basically off so it's not ringing at the office. As I get a fair amount of fake phone numbers, so I figure if you leave a message, it's important. Well, I found out that not all my best messages were coming up on the phone. Like these people may have left a message. We will call them back whenever I get back. If not, we'll talk to them on Monday. I don't recognize the number, so it's a Saturday, so I don't think that's who it would be. Trying to get some new medication there for everybody has an issue. Mine happens to be skin related, mild, but no big deal. There's some new medication for to try out, but it's been really a pain in the ass to try to get all that to go through the process. It's call this guy and speak to somebody else. And yesterday they called me when I was literally in the drive-through while I was ordering. It's like, really? And then I called them back for like I think twice for like a total of 40 minutes on hold. And I'm like, leave a message when they can call you back. I wonder if that's them. Well, just have to wait. It is 8:30 in the frickin' morning. What are you calling me on 8:30 in the frickin' morning on a Saturday? Most people are asleep. I'm almost done with my Hungarians, you bastards. Leave me alone. Yep. So, we're going to go do the belt and scabbard in this color. I don't even know if you guys were even able to hear the cell phone ringer. I can't imagine you did not hear that because it's super loud, unless the sound recording stops while it's doing that as well. But whatever. They had all day yesterday to call me back. Yeah, you heard it. I have it. I always have it turned all the way down. So what I use this phone the least for is as actual phone. It is my personal television. It is a video making device, and yeah, I'm gonna have to turn that off now that I know where it's located while I'm doing filming, because I don't really want that. Not that we're doing some kind of professional thing on any level, but that's just annoying. Ah, the other Polish guy. Welcome. The other Marcin. Excellent. Excellent. So we got to finish this belt. We got the little bag. We got the hose, the shoes. He's done. And then I can do a reveal on what the next army is going to be. No, I'm not going to do that. Lead you guys on. 2020 did it. The year 2020 did enough leading you on, pull the carpet out from under you for, in my case, for the rest of my life. I don't need any of that crap no more. You know, about this time last year, we did a video where Mitch and I talked about all the stuff that we were going to run at all the conventions. And of course, every single one of them got canceled. So we did all that planning and that just went out the window. So we're not doing that again. But it's likely that whatever we planned on running last year, we're going to run exactly the same thing. We're just going to run it in a different year. Because we already did the legwork, and honestly, the themes were pretty good, so, and varied. But I don't suspect this will be the year that we do that either. To be continued, you know? I'm actually getting a lot more painting done now that I don't have a convention to get this stuff ready for than if I did, so. Where's my white at? There we go. So I had a new button. I don't know what it does. There's a button here where I could turn chat off so you guys can't type things, which that would be stupid. It's like, what's the point in that? There's another button I gained called Super Chat. Member and Super Chat messages. I guess you guys pay extra for that. I don't see any reason to do that. But I wonder if I click that, if it doesn't look like regular messages get through. So I certainly don't want to have a situation where you guys have to pay to get messages. That's not the purpose, you know. This is not an income generating thing. We're just doing this to kind of keep me on task, and hell, maybe I'll say something that's entertaining and you guys will have a more fun time working on your hobbies as well. So we're not doing this for, fortunately, we're not doing this for income generating. So I have a little bit more overhead than this would generate. Let's put it that way. And early on, I ended up painting for someone for, I didn't paint like what I do now, but this guy offered to build a model for him and paint it, and I hated every minute of it. And I don't want to do that again. I don't want to paint for people. I don't want to paint for charge. I don't want to dread my hobby. So, okay, we're done with that hose. What kind of hose we got in this guy? How many guys we have that have a white? A few? Let's do it white because I'm lazy. Let's mix it with brown. He had a white hose and now it's stained brown. You do the math, what happened there? Oh, man. Yeah, so on here we've had New Zealanders, Australians, Canadian, all the Commonwealth, plus the, the UK, Poland, Malaysia. I think that's it. Maybe some other people saw it from other countries. I mean, it's kind of predetermined. It's got to be an English speaking or people where they speak English. So that's all good. Why did I close this up? Because I'm a ninny, that's why. Oh, in Poland, of course. Did I say Poland? You like your streams. I'm also paying my membership, so it's great to hear someone's talking and keeping me on paying, which is what I used to do. I used to do that as well. I used to listen to music, then I didn't cut it. I got bored. I would listen to talk radio, which isn't really available where I'm at. I don't necessarily want to listen to talk radio that's politically involved because it's just kind of a waste of time. Everybody's spinning crap. It might be things you want. It might be crap that you agree with, but it's still crap. Books on tape, as I still continue to call it, even though I mean Audible. That's okay. And then unboxings. I really like seeing unboxings. The problem with unboxings is I get distracted and I'm looking at the phone while I'm working on my hobby and the paint's drying on my paintbrush. So that doesn't really work very well. But I do like seeing unboxings a lot. And there's several people that are really good at it. They are not very they're folks that I don't want to judge ahead of time, but I'll tell you, it doesn't sound like they'd be much fun at parties. But they do a really good job, and they have a nice meter listening to them. They might they're a little bit they're less animated than I am, but they're good at what they do. And then I just figured, well, let's just film this. And this keeps me on task. This keeps me from being able to change the subject matter every 10 minutes. Or when it gets a little boring, I have to stay on task. So hopefully it's varied enough and you guys know what I'm doing if you watched any of my videos. And I'm like, okay, let's add a little bit more white to it. Well, no shit, Tony, that's what you always do, or whatever. Okay, this guy's gonna have brown shoes, and then we have a little baggy to do. All right. Do, 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 do. Do we have any coffee left? We do. Drippings. Okay. Let's, did we already do the Nuln Oil? Let's do the Nuln Oil on him, so there's a chance that when I'm done with these other two things, I oh, we still have to lighten up the Nuln Oil on that guy. So that thought process isn't gonna work. We'll just have to come back to it later. There are people with nice voice tone that is nice to listening. Yeah, I agree. There's also some people that is not. I don't know where I fit into the thing. I'm just kind of droning on. But there's a fellow in England that doesn't seem like he'd be a lot of fun to hang out with. But I really like listening to him, and not because he's from England. I mean, there's sorry people everywhere. Okay. I'll just come right out and say it. There's good people everywhere, and there's not good people everywhere. But he does a really good job on his channel. I really enjoy listening to him. Okay. And sometimes my opinion doesn't matter because there's one guy in particular, he's made hundreds of videos. He's a car guy. He does like reviews of cars. And He's got so many followers, and I watched one of his videos the other day, and I'm like, okay, I've had enough of this guy. This guy's not, he's not compatible with me. But I guess some people like that, you know. Not looking forward to, let's see, it's the end of what, February? It's the beginning of March. The beginning of March? Okay. So, end of March, let's just call it the end of March. So, end of March, end of April, end of May, end of June, end of July. So, within the next 6 months, we've got to turn our leases in. And the bad news about it is we're actually really under miles. But the bad news is there's nothing really that came out this year. So I'm really praying the 2022s come out, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I'd really hate to have to get into a vehicle that I'm not in love with, but we'll see. There's first world problems, right? So nothing I can do about it right now. We went to look at cars in December, and I was floored by the lack of inventory. It was just really depressing. Like I said, this pandemic, I don't experience it every day. I'm pretty much isolated. I go to work, I come home. That's it. I occasionally go somewhere else to eat or something like that, but I'm kind of oblivious to it even going on every day. I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to use the same brown base color for the bag, but we're going to make it look different. Don't tell anybody. So yeah, there was like no inventory at all. So hopefully that gets solved sooner rather than later. This whispering reminded me of Bob Rose. You mean Bob Ross? We actually had a local radio personality. I don't know if he's still in business. His name is actually Bob Rose. He's a conservative type guy or whatever, but he's just, you know, I don't care if I hear people's political opinions that I agree with. Every one of them seems like they only see one end of it, and it's always one direction. And that gets old, you know? So, Bob Ross, yeah. Oh, he's extremely interesting. I like listening to him. It's extremely comforting. And funny thing is I painted a background for the first time probably 3 or 4 years ago using these paint. Actually, I think I used this type of paint, apple barrel paints, like crap paint. And the backgrounds that you may have seen some of my pictures are on, I painted them. And other than the fact that I got analysis paralysis because I was worried about how it was going to turn out, that was easy as crap to do. Now, I'm no Bob Ross, but I'm just saying that was a lot easier than I expected it to be. Because even though I had no experience painting things, even without being sketched out, just totally just using paintbrushes, I still had a clue because I still paint. But man, I was really worried it was going to turn out poorly. That's the thing. You just need to just jump in and just freaking do it, and it will turn out okay if you have confidence and if you've done it long enough that you know you can you can fix it. If you got the skills to be able to realize when it's going down the wrong way, and just sometimes you just end up talking yourself out of things, or just worried about it. I know that so many of those, if you watched any of my 20 millimeter, the unboxing video I did on my 20 millimeter vehicles, you realize that I collected so many vehicles. I haven't bought any in 20 years, but I collect so many vehicles over time that I'd start, like I'd get one and I'd start working on the road wheels, and then something would happen. Like I had to make a decision, like, is it going to be dark yellow or Panzer gray? I don't know. And it would just, I'd put it off and move on to something else, never making a decision. And we're going to try to avoid that. That's sometimes my worst enemy on some things is just analysis paralysis. So we're going to make decisions and live with them. And if not, we'll just repaint it. And I think of all the things I've done, I've only had to repaint like one figure that I didn't like how it turned out. And it was easy. I paint very thin. I don't put paint on very thick, so it's not like the details getting covered up. So yeah, it's Bob Ross, Ross. That's but that's okay because your English is better than my Polish, so no worries. Okay, did this dry out already? I'm gonna try and force the issue, and well, we'll leave this open so I won't need it. And let's get the metal, and let's go ahead and add this final. I'm gonna put this metal somewhere different so I can find it again, so I can find the wet one. Let's put it over here next to this brown. Okay. All right, which is the guy I finished? That one. So let's do the other helmet first, which has been sitting a little bit longer. And all we're gonna do is just clean up some of this stuff. And a little bit of shine in a few places. See, if you don't do the Nuln Oil, you can't get darker than the darkest metal I have, which is this one. This is where's the name of it? Lead Belcher. There's no darker well that I have. So what I'm doing is by adding the Nuln Oil, I'm making one level darker than that, so to speak, and then highlight with the same color I put down some shinier parts. Okay. Okay. I like these figures with these helmets that have like a visor on them. You just see their chins or whatever. Saleh type helmets. Saleh. Aha. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and take the next shade up of the metal, which is called Iron Breaker. And then we're going to highlight some stuff on there as well. And we should be done. Let's put this somewhere where hopefully I do not spill it. Okay. And then we're going to do something fun. Well, I got to go to the restroom, and I don't mean that being the fun part. I always drink a lot of fluids. So, of course that means that, yeah. So let's see, we brighten this up. It doesn't look very good on this video. That stuff doesn't come out. But it makes a difference. It makes a difference. You have a vortex mixer for my paints on the way. Have you ever used one? I have not. Cricket or French? Hello. Are you an Englishman that's in France? Or a Frenchman that's in England? Or neither of the above? It would just make sense that you would be a cricketer fan that are French or something like that. Anyhow. And you have a cool logo too. You have a little dragon or something like that. Yeah, cool. I have not used a vortex mixer. We'll add that to the list of things that we'll check out on our free time. Vortex mixer. Vortex mixer. Got one of those paint shakers. It sounds like it might be something a little bit more than a paint shaker. So one of the things I was going to gift myself for my 50th birthday, which is supposed to come up this year, if I make it to it, was a airbrush. But I don't think I'm going to go that route. I just think that it's going to cause me more headache than good that it will do me. That and I'd have to airbrush in the garage, which I live in Florida, so it's freaking hot. So I'm not interested in I have a hot job already. I'm not interested in suffering any more than I need to. English in France for 30 years. Logo is a pangolin. Okay. I know it's kind of hard to make out. Okay. It's a paint shaker, but that is what AliExpress call it. Okay. All right. I will be right back. Vortex shaker. No, I've never used a vortex shaker. I've got these Army Painter mixing balls, and they work pretty well for me. But yeah, I don't. If it's something that's electrical or powered, I think it would. I think it would be just way too noisy right now because it's 9 o'clock in the morning and no one's stirring. So we want to make sure that that is the. And it works fine. Okay, cool. All right. So technically, the Hungarians are done. Technically. Let's move this off to the side. show you what we got. Well, we also have the whole host of the army that's over here, but that we're working on right now. If I could fit these guys on here. Let's see if we can do that. It's the last two. Okay, so these are there's going to be 4 guys shooting out of this war wagon, of each one of the war wagons, and here's one. And here's the other one. Now, they haven't been varnished or anything, so we'll have to do that next. And how could I forget? Okay, so little steps that go on the backside. So this is what we got. We got to spray all this stuff and glue them on there, and that should be it. That should be what's left of the Hungarian army for the time being. So let's go do something fun, because I'm not going to go out right now and do that right now. Because can't really do that on video. Although I probably should do a video of how I spray things down, because it seems like a lot of people are having issues with it. But I don't know. Make sure you use a quality spray coating. All right, let's bring this little thing back. Okay, and let's put up some of these paints. We're going to work on our JS2. And we don't need any of these things. The only thing we need is black and the color known as Russian green, which is right here. Well, that was difficult. Not. And we'll paint that up, not using an airbrush. Not that I have anything against airbrushes, I just don't want to have a fight. And I used to use one a long time ago when I worked at a hobby store. We had one that we could use, but I just don't want to spend the time cleaning it and like I said, going in the garage and being in an atmosphere that's less than fun. Tidying up, you have to do different things. And we got Mitch's castle to do too. So, if you guys saw that earlier, watch one of our videos, and I decided to steal one of the castles from him. I didn't even ask him if I could do it. I'm taking one of them and I'm painting it. Hey, it's not like I'm going to keep it. It'll even stay over there. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to spray this black, try to get as much everywhere we can, and then we'll go in and use the surface primer on the remaining stuff that we didn't get with the spray can, because otherwise it's just wasteful. It takes a long time. So, but that will hopefully happen over the weekend, and it won't necessarily be a surprise because it'll be a surprise for him because he doesn't watch this channel. He doesn't want to do anything. He wants to be ignorant of everything paint related. Let's put it that way. He's an ignoramus when it comes to painting things, so that's okay. It'll be a surprise. So I didn't ask for his permission. I'm like, I'm going to repaint that. Okay, so did we miss any spots with the black? And we may have. Let's see. That are a huge deal. Nah, we're pretty much good. But uh-oh, I lost my screw. Where is it? There it is. This one will work. I don't know if this is exactly the right one, but this one will work. This is a BP cast JS2. Looks like it's the early one, right? I don't know. I don't know whether it's an M or not. I haven't done all the. It's a JS2 of some variety. All right, so let's get. Oh, we're not done with this thing yet. Then I guess let's get some Russian green. How might be able to get. I certainly don't want to use a new one, and then end up. There's that mixing ball. If I remember correctly, this green's kind of watery. And we used the black that was crappy for this, I'm pretty sure, but I've got some here, so we should be able to make that happen. And let's go ahead and pick us a brush that we don't care too much about. All right. So we're going to use the same technique on this that we use on the figures. So we're looking for those of you who have not seen one of my Soviet vehicles I've done, I have a T-34-85, an old kit. There's not a whole lot of detail on this thing, but this is kind of what we're looking at. And is it sealed? I don't think I sealed it yet. Hell, the two halves aren't glued yet, so I'm kind of having a T-34 issue. I have a couple of old Eschi kits that have the separate plastic track that's driving me bananas. The vinyl track, not the separate track. So this one fit on there okay, and I think I'll be able to get it to mold to the tank all right. Here's the turret. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do for the fuel canister, so they're still off. And here's I had a pair of them. I bought these off eBay in the late 90s. And they came bagged separately with instructions. The instructions actually showed separately track, like this particular vehicle did. I believe this was a Eastern Express or an AER. Wait, hold on, does it say on there? AER from Moldova. Okay, and I at the time did not like separate link track, but yeah, I like it now. I've got the patience and know-how to be able to put that together. But these came with the rubber one, and vinyl, I should say. They're not rubber, and it's such a tight fit. And I am literally invented new cuss words for it, and I've tried everything in the book. I've tried using hot water to stretch it. You just need a little bit more give, and I don't know where the other ones are for this one, but I'm kind of I could just say screw it. I'll leave it open and then just use the bottom of this one when I need an earlier model T-34 with see, it fits pretty close anyhow. But I'm not going to do that. Yeah, I'm kind of in a problem with this particular vehicle that I don't know about what I'm going to do about the tracks on it. I don't want to buy aftermarket tracks that cost as much as another vehicle. I just assume scrap that and not use it. But anyhow, this is the look that we're looking for the JS2. So doesn't look that good here because of the lighting. It'd look better in natural light, but anyhow, right. So let's get this green on. And I'm not doing the whole chipping and all that stuff. They're war game models, you know. I want them to look a little comic booky. They look more compatible with the figures that way. All right, we should be good. This is as good as this thing's going to get. This is just Vallejo Russian green. All right, let's mix us up and we use the messy one because when it's already been messed on, because it might this might get messy here. I'm banking on it actually. A bit darker than that. Okay, we're just going to paint the whole thing in this color. Yeah, this is where we get paint on ourselves. It's so rare to have that happen. So we're going to do 3 or 4 shades on here of green. Then we'll come back and do some pen washing. And then weathering on top of that. That's pretty much it. Pen washing, then seal with gloss, then decals, seal with flat, and then weather. You can see this is a abusive relationship with this brush, and that's why we didn't use a good one, just to be able to get it all on there. Yeah, I can see I'm going through paint faster than I normally would if I was painting figures. Oh, we need more color than that. We're gonna finish the 12th of never at that rate. Okay, there we go. Let's move this stuff. Yeah, see, this is actually really a nice change from my normal painting. I'm just slapping stuff on here. I need to go in there and do the detail painting when you get closer, but all right. And let's get El Cheapo Black. Where's El Cheapo Black? No. No, is that in here? Let's see. Here it is. Oh. And this is just dollar store black. Not dollar store, but it cost about $1. Big old turd. All right. All right. Now we'll get in here and do all that. Let's add a little bit of this process could be more watery. Be okay. That's why you kind of have to do this in between doing something else, because this will end up staying wet and you can't proceed anything anywhere until this part's done. There we go. Yeah, a little too much. Hey, I'm new at this adding all this kind of water stuff, so here we go. There we go. This is a casting. I'm going to call this a model because it did come in pieces, but not very many, by a company called BP Cast. And I probably got this around year 2000, something like that. Used to be a vendor that would come to our shows in Florida. He lives in Florida. It's a one-man band kind of thing. And if I was going to buy a JS2, I would not buy this model. I just happen to already have this. And I want to finish the ones that I have just because. It's fun to do, actually, you know. But I already own this one. So, short of throwing it away or selling it, which nobody's going to want to buy this, especially with the shipping costs these days. Shipping's just stupid anywhere. I think the priority mail now is almost $8. You know, I'd have to give this thing away basically, and then have to go to the post office to mail it, which I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go to the post office and mail things. So it's kind of a rough model. Now, some of the castings on these Russian vehicles were rough to begin with, so not necessarily a bad combination. Okay, now, okay, no comments on the Russian vehicles. That works. All right, let's take the same color, add a little bit more green to it. I'm not going to worry about this being totally dry. Let's come in and do some highlighting. So you can see this has had some, this is not, okay? This is just really forgiving, really, really forgiving. Let's do the suspension. Of course, most of this is going to be like mud colored anyways, because we're going to do a mud wash. We kind of pioneered that on the last 3 vehicles. I didn't want to use the professional hobby products like by AK and stuff. They're very expensive. I really didn't want to wait for them, is what it was, and they're kind of they're pretty expensive. And I don't want to wait a couple weeks to get them. And like I said, I don't really want this to look like a very realistic vehicle. It doesn't mean it's going to look like a cartoon, but you know, I don't want to do all the chipping and all that stuff because I just don't like how I've seen other people's vehicles, okay, that do it, and these people are wizards. I'm not poo-pooing their work. It's very good, but when you put the figures on them, I just don't feel like the style of the figure and the style of the vehicle are compatible. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but in other words, the vehicles look more realistic than a real vehicle, and they look very similar to like a 1/35th scale model, which they tend to be very realistic looking. But then the figures still look like wargaming figures, so it just I want a little bit more consistency in the style, and it's also my cop out to not spend 12 hours on this vehicle. So, if that makes any sense where I'm coming from, but that's what it is. Probably don't need to go to the end of the barrel anyways, because that's going to be darkened anyways from all the soot. I mean, when this 122 fires, there's some people choking, let's put it that way, on fumes. and what you would call a big nasty. Okay, let's bring it up a level. Let's bring it up to, we could probably do this safely. No need to paint over all the little packs and stuff that are on the side of the tank. They're just going to get painted a different color anyways. Yeah, this looks brighter on the, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, than in real life, but meaning on the video screen than what I'm actually seeing. And this is pretty satisfying because I don't get to do any painting that's like this on my figures. I just throw and paint on, for lack of a better word. Some of this stuff I don't really need to get all the way in there because I'm just going to turn in and adding a lot of black to that area anyway, so it's all sooty. I don't remember whether we did the, I don't think we did the turret in this color. If we did, then it won't hurt to go over it again. Now will it? All right, now, we still have some of this. Where is the yellow we were using? Should be able to find it pretty easy. It may be camouflage ochre. Maybe this one over here. I have two of them? Holy crap, I have two of the same color. I don't know why. Well, that's a candidate. Yeah, doesn't have to be exactly. It may have been this one. I didn't know I had two of this color. All right, let's put a little. Okay. That should be enough. And where's more Russian green? Let's get a little bit more just so we're safe. Okay. And we're going to be, and there's a million different ways of doing this. This is just what I've decided to do. You know, before I add that, let's go ahead and go over this once more and make sure we have enough of this color on there, because we are going to darken it in places. And this area in particular here in the back is going to be one of the most dissimilar colored areas than the rest of the tank. So in other words, this is going to be sooty, and there's going to be dirt and stuff back here. We're not going to use any three-dimensional dirt. So in other words, I'm not going to use a compound that mixes with mud and stuff like that so you can see it, but it will be extremely dusty back there. So we add a little bit more color just so we can end up, by the time we add on these other, the dirt and stuff like that, it'll still look green. So same thing with the front of the hull here. All right, let's do the same thing with the turret. Man, we're going through a lot of this paint. Unusual, but it's old anyways. We need to replace it. Okay. We'll see you later, cricketer. Thanks for stopping by. My buddy had one of these tanks when we were doing World War II stuff, and he had painted it beautifully. And he went to go dull coat it, and he grabbed the black spray paint instead of the dull coat and ruined his paint job. So I like to think I've learned from that, and I try to do a double take on anything where I'm spraying before I do that. So okay. Let's give this a once over again. All right, now we're going to take this. We need a little bit more than that, or it won't even stand out. Let's do some highlighting on here. Why did I pick this color instead of white? I don't know. I just figured it would look more natural. I'm also going to spot paint things that need to be highlighted more. Like for instance, here's the little, I think it's called the trunnion, the part that when it's in transport, it clamps around the barrel. So basically when this thing's being transported by train or what have you, it has the barrel facing the back, and they put that trunnion on up against the clamp around the barrel to keep it from moving. Maybe that's the wrong name. Oh well. Now you know what I'm talking about. I just explained what it was that I was talking about. Now, let's look at the wheels here. This is actually really satisfying, painting something in this method after I feel like I've been slugging along slowly with the other stuff I've been doing. And I don't really do any dry brushing other than the tiny little bit that I do on, what do we do, run out of this stuff? On the chainmail and things like that. Whoa, too much. So what happens when you do too much? Well, not that big of a deal. Yeah. Get it away from this light so I can see the coloration. Okay. Do the base here. This is an educational channel. We learn something new every day. Well, sometimes I learn along with you. Do you have any fantasy miniatures like 40K? I do not. I do not. I have painted way back in the day. We're talking like 1988. I did paint a squad of Imperial Guard. And I saw a picture of them in a White Dwarf magazine, and I fell for it. You know, I fell for their for the fluff. Let me see what kind of a. Yeah, it's about the same. This just has a little dirt thing on it. So, yeah, look at the rear engine cover here. It's not very. It's not as well. You know, here it looks a lot browner than it does on the screen. It actually looks better on the screen than it is in person. And it's still lighting does weird things. We need to go outside and take some real photos of it. But yeah, it's about as far as we went with it here. But yeah, so I painted a squad of Imperial Guard and sold them a while ago. And I do have a wolf around here somewhere from Citadel. Is he still hanging out here? Here he is. This is about the same time period. Ooh, awesome looking basing, right? Just paint it green and drop it in flock. Yeah, so this is a wolf casting. I remember when these things, when I was a kid, these came out. I really liked them because they tell you what it is. You know, it's a wolf. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock, right? And Games Workshop, 1985. So I'm not sure why I painted this probably because I wanted to dry brush it, but I'm sure this casting's out of production. Hey, maybe it's worth a pretty penny. I don't know. No clue. But no, I don't do fantasy. I've never played 40K. I tried to figure out the rules, and I'm like, oh, I can't. I'm not good to figure things out on my own. I got to see the game being played, and never seemed to like the people that played 40K, at least in my area. But it reminded me a lot of BattleTech, in that you had these something that's supposed to be in the future, so future to me is more advanced, but yet the things fire a shorter distance than they would in real life. So it's like a disconnect. Like I never could really wrap my head around that. So I'll be right back. I need to get more liquid, and I hear people are alive. So I need to check and see what's going on. I'll be right back in a few. Well, that was longer than expected. But we'll be back. We got some coffee getting made. Round two. We need a bigger coffee maker. Just doesn't make enough coffee. Da-da-da-da-da-da. What'd I miss? Nothing. You guys just bored the tears. Well, that'll work. Okay, so we got a machine gun to add back here, and we can do that afterwards. We got details we can paint on here. Pin washing and the like. All right, let's go ahead and paint the little things that are on here. Packs. There's a wooden box on here, a shovel. Yeah, things like that. All right, so we're going to put this off to the side because none of that stuff's on the turret. It's all on the hull. And the first thing we're going to start off with is the shovel. Now, I know that sometimes these pieces of equipment, they decided to paint over, spray paint them over, and it would actually be a green shovel. But in my opinion, that looks dumb. I don't like how it looks. It looks like I was lazy. So we will not do that. Again, this is a wargaming model, so we don't have to be ultra realistic. We don't have to paint it purple either, but you know, somewhere in between. So let's go ahead and start off with painting it black. And I have no problem using the cheap paint for this. As a matter of fact, when I first started painting using this layering type, I would use the good black paint along with it, and then realized I'm using a lot of black paint for no reason and it's drying off on me. So I went to use the cheap paint. And since then, since I discovered this wet palette, I can actually afford. Afford's probably the wrong word to use. I don't mind using the good Vallejo paint on here because it lasts and stays wet and what have you. But with something like this, I mean, I already have the black out here, so why not do that now? I may end up scuffing some of the paint on this, but I'm not too worried about it. We need to get this at the right distance from me for me to paint properly. And I don't know if I've got any decals that I want to use for this one in particular, because I don't know if this thing's screaming to put a number on it, which we got decals for that, or just one of those, you know, screw you, Nazi bastard, or whatever they put on there, you know. So this is some kind of a tow hook. So we're going to paint that in metallic, but we're going to start off by doing it in black first. Screw you, Nazi bastard. You know what I'm talking about. I know one thing, we will not put Polish markings on this. Although I don't know if there was any Polish units that were given JS2s. I bet they probably weren't. I've seen T-34s of the 76 and the 85 variety, but not JS2s as far as I know. But I wouldn't do that anyways. I don't do communist Poles, so like, oh, the backstab them first, take half their country, and then want to join the army. Nope, not in my miniatures. You don't. So we've got this handle. I'm gonna go ahead and paint the handle already in black, so we have some kind of a paint around it. It's funny, this is a heavy tank, but it's not very big. It's actually smaller than a Panther. It's equivalent. I think they're equivalent in weight, but size-wise, they're definitely a lower profile than a Panther. And we'll get ready for the headlight, which, as I mentioned earlier, I wasn't really exactly happy with how my headlamps have been turning out. But once I figure out what I want to do with them, I may come back and just redo all the headlights, which is really easy to do. You know, it's not that big a deal. But I've just been using kind of like a blue and calling it a day, you know, not wanting to cogitate forever on that. All right, and one thing I wanted to check is the basing. See if it fits on one of these shims. I got these shims free from work, and I love this material. And I guess this one barely fits on there. It's a length issue. It's not a width. So I want about that much meat showing around it. I do want a little bit of groundwork, but it's a front to back. I think that would be okay because we're going to put a magnet on the bottom of this. So if whenever we game with this, if we ever game with this, it's you can transport it from one place to another and it doesn't get the crap beat out of it. So. All right, so we got that. Let's do the, oh, we missed the very end of the handle. I don't want to go and look at reference pictures right this second, so I don't want to see like, was the end of the handle metallic or is it made of wood? We're just going to paint it wood. And if we find out later that it is metallic, we will fix that. All right. Anything else on here that really stands out? No, we'll do the packs as they come here in a little bit. Right. All right, let's get the metallic color. Let's go to metal corner. Hey, I said I was going to replace this. Well, I was, but once we start working on the next army, which I still don't have a clue what it's going to be. So, doing all the Russians first, then the Americans, and then the Soviets. I mean, then the Wehrmacht vehicles. Okay, we'll probably null oil some of that as well. This is also metallic here. Nothing else I can see on there yet. Right, let's get the wood. We'll get the wood. This is like perfect wood color right there. That's close enough. And let's lighten up a little bit more. And add a little bit of white. Wherever the hell the white is. Okay. That's good enough for government work. So we've got, looks like a box here. And we'll go ahead and do that. And then we've got 4 different tarps here. It looks like this is a different type of tarp. So I could see painting all these 3 kind of as the basic color and then making this one a different, in other words, these 3 all having the same base color and then this one being different and the box of course being box colors. So box is made of wood. We've got the wood out. So let's hop to it. This paints a lot quicker than figures for sure. It can be It also helps that I'm not particularly enamored. Oh, I should probably paint this thing black. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not particularly enamored with this model. So if I'm a little haphazard or maybe lazy with how I'm painting it, it doesn't bother me a whole lot because it doesn't. There's only so much I could do with it. It's crude in many ways. So, and I actually have quite a few BP cast things. So I don't think they're in production anymore. I'm pretty sure the owner of them sells them on eBay. He's got some stashed away. He's got a couple things on eBay, but I don't know if they're currently in production. I'm not sure if he was doing that as his full-time job or just kind of on the side, but he's kind of disappeared from, he used to come to all our shows, and he's disappeared the last, I don't think he showed up at a show since like 2005, maybe. So, not really sure what the issue is, but okay. And I'm not sure how he made these molds, whether this was a model kit that he then made a resin thing out of, or I'm really not sure. For base, you use cork. Cork is extremely expensive in the United States. Normally, everything related with hobby is plus 100% price. So I just bought cork gasket seal in a mechanical store. It was like $5 for 3 by 4 feet. Yeah, I really like cork is a really cool material. I do have some cork that I bought. I got it in IKEA, and they're trivets. You know, trivets are those things that you put on the table where you can put a hot pan on, just so you don't burn your table. And I don't know where the hell they are, but well, I bet the coffee's ready. I'll be right back. See, I picked up 2 or 3 trivets from IKEA. They were like $1, and they're pretty good size. They're like an inch thick, or at least 3/4 of an inch thick, and probably what would that be, 9, 10 inches diameter. And I don't know where the hell I put them. I figured if I needed anything, I could cut them into bits and use them for like a rock wall or something like that. I just haven't done anything with it. So, but if you go somewhere else that's not IKEA to buy it, they're cost prohibitive. It's really, really expensive. Wood is cheap here. Things of cork are not. In the UK, it's the opposite. So, all cork comes from Portugal. So we are a bit far away from Portugal. And the one of the longest understanding, maybe the longest one, is between the United Kingdom and Portugal. So they're kind of bed buddies for a long time. So that might have something to do with it. but I don't use cork in anything. But it's not because I don't like the material. I actually think it's very cool. I think that's a bark of a tree is just insane. Really neat. As my daughter would say, it's very happy. Okay, just simple. Simple little box. We're going to do the same thing with these packs here that are sitting on the side. We're going to use this dark brown color that we have over here for one of them. Is it field drab? Yeah, we'll use field drab for 3 of them, and then we'll use something different for the one. Maybe like a gray. Yeah, if you could find a material that's not in the hobby section and find it in some other venue, yeah, you're going to pay a lot less for it. And you're going to pay a lot less for it, and you're going to get more of it. Okay. See if we can find us a spot. It's getting more and more difficult. All right, so 3 of the packs, we're going to paint this in the base color. Oh, we got to go darker than that. That's not going to cut it. Now, let's go way darker. So is Poland pretty much in lockdown as well, like the UK? I suspect they probably are. And they're in the EU too, right? You know, the one thing I was surprised is Norway's not in the EU, is it? I don't know how they got away with that, but hey. No way. It's oil and is it rich? Uh, so is that what it is? You got oil, you don't have to put up with that thing. I always think that Norway would be a really good place for me to live. But so I like it cold. Man, it's beautiful. The pictures I've seen are beautiful. Well, there's beautiful places in every country. Most every country. But I'm not gonna live somewhere else. You guys don't get me. You gotta come to me. So if you're a rich country, we don't need the EU. You guys just gonna bring us down. Switzerland's not in the EU. Yeah. Mhm. Okay, let's come over to this side. Any particular game you're paying these up for? Oh yes, always the $1,000,000 question. Um, so the last time I played World War II, I'm a World War II skirmish player, so there'll be no flames of war or rapid fire, any of that stuff for me. So the last game that I played, which was probably 20 years ago, was a game called The Face of Battle. And the rules are out of print now, but it's very skirmish. And what I mean is you'd be running a half squad if you're lucky. So if you see this JS2, there'll be, one on the field or something like that. I'm not going to be using 4 or 5 or, you know, a game with a lot of vehicles would have, 4 vehicles. So it's not really focused on them. But yeah, that's what it's for. I've done all those other systems that are kind of vague, but with the 1 to 5 scale system, platoon, one miniature equals a platoon. I've done that, so I have no interest in playing that stuff anymore. I'm very particular about World War II. I can handle the ancient stuff being abstract, but I want to count rivets and all that stuff with the World War II stuff. So I don't know if we'll get around to playing it right now. I just kind of painted these as a distraction, almost like if I was building models. But there's actually a chance that I may use these for a game as opposed to models that just sit on the shelf and you don't do anything with. Which I've done my time with models back in the day also, so have no interest in going back to that. But there's a chance that something will come of this. But I got to refamiliarize myself with the rules. I haven't played them in every bit of 17, 18 years. So I'm interested in World War II. I'm interested in the narrative that plays out. So there needs to be something very very in particular with a lot of detail, and where you fire at something and it misses but it hits something else by accident, and that's the funny stuff that happens. So uh, you've I've been to southern Norway several times. It looks like northern Ontario. Not that that helps you much. It doesn't. I've never been to Canada. Not that I'm trying to avoid it, but it just Great Britain leave the EU, so now it's very complicated to travel there. Well, isn't it just like travel before the EU? I don't know. Poland now is third wave of virus, but I'm not sure what is different where masks and restaurant are closed like in other countries. All your restaurants are closed. Wow. There's poor people that have restaurants. Well, that's what people want, or they'll show their displeasure in whatever ways they can. So, Okay. What is... Here we go. Yeah, I really don't know how people are surviving in some countries that are in that situation, because I don't think it's I don't see any signs of this ending anytime soon. So, like one of our favorite ways to vacation is on cruises, and I don't see that coming back at least for 5 years. I just don't see it. And if that's what you do for a living, I mean, how do you freaking survive? I don't know. That just we've been busier at work than ever before, so it really hasn't affected us, fortunately. Um, let's get. Why does the white keep drying out? That's because it's over here. It's not where I thought it was. Use your brain, Tony. Same here. Virus mutant from the UK and from South Africa, nicely into our third wave. I just hope somebody's got some kind of an exit strategy, because if they keep being mutations, what, you're going to be like this forever? I don't know. Just come to the US when you guys get tired of it. Just, you know, we'll take you. I'll put in a good word for you. Like I have that kind of pull. Like I want that kind of pull. I like government to stay out of my life. Leave me alone. I'm a big boy. I've behaved my entire life. I don't need you looking over my shoulder. Okay. Let's go up a little bit more. Let's go up a little bit more. Let's add. Let's go in here, and I'm glad I this a few months ago, or last year sometime, when they started shutting everything down. I you know the first thing I thought of is, this is a perfect example why I never want my own business. I would just go absolutely nuts. You know. So follow the U.S. model, but can't spare the people. Well, you just get to pick which people. I don't think any of us are getting the whole picture. I think what's going on behind the scenes would, if we all knew what was happening behind the scenes, we would all revolt everywhere around the world, except the people that were in on the corruption. If we saw how the sausage is being made, you can open for business, you can't, you know, and the people shutting everything down still have a job and still have an income and still get richer. Interesting how that happens. I think that's okay for now. Yeah. We've got another little bag over here. I guess it's like a bag. we're gonna do a green color, but not use this core color as the green. I think we got a really dark, like almost like a black green type color that we can use for that. Let's see. Hello, here it is. Is it black gray? No, that's not the color I was thinking about. Is it this one? No. Let's go over here. Olive drab will work. Really interested in painting the Shermans to see if we can get the color just right. Many articles that I've looked at it, and I'm actually excited to make those boring looking vehicles look fun and give them some personality. Ooh, this is an ugly color. Yeah. That's like an olive drab, like the U.S. vehicles were in Vietnam or something like that. I could totally see like an M48 Patton with a 90mm cannon. Remember, that has the deflector that goes 90 degrees at the end. I could totally see that in that color. That's an ugly color. Ugly. But we're going to make a tarp out of it. All right. Where is this thing? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, and I don't think there's a U.S. model because there's some states there's just you got California, and then you got places like here on the other extreme, or and even within that, there may be places that have even more restrictions. Like there's some places here in Florida that don't have very many restrictions, and there's some places that have a lot. So, you know, it just depends. I just hope everybody's doing their part, and I have no problem if people want to be vaccinated and wear 12 masks and all that stuff, as long as you know you do what you want to do, and you got to get through this, but then you need to plan like, hey, how do we keep this shit from happening next time, right? So I don't. Was this the color I was using? Yeah, somehow it looks different. Okay, and I can't forget we got to put Nolan oil on that shovel there. Okay. Well, we'll do the normal back when we do the other stuff. Now, let's look at this suspension in here. We're gonna need to get in there. We're gonna have to get a sloppy brush because there's no way I'm gonna use a good one for that. And I just might. It's not really noticeable. I think I'll just leave it alone. All right, let's mix our rust mix. And this is just something I just pulled out of the sky. So I'm gonna use black, and I'm gonna use this color called, was it light brown or was this other one? Or is the orange one? They're damn near the same color, orange brown. We're gonna use orange brown. Okay, oxidized type color. And we're going to paint the tracks with this stuff because these tracks are all metallic. Okay. That's where this color over here comes from. And let's look in our pile of brushes. Let's use one of these square brushes that we don't seem to have much of a use for. Seems like all the time. And here's the part where we may get, no, we're not going to use a square brush, not yet anyways. We need to get in between that track there. Let's use, yeah, got a lot of second tier brushes. Let's do this one for now. All right. We're going to need to get the water closer because going across the whole table and having it drip everywhere is not my idea of a good time. All right, let's try that. And paint everything with this color right here. And of course, this is going to get dry brushed some anyway, so it's not like this is the end all color. Man, we need to mix up more than that. We're going to be done like, 12 months then. Let's flip this guy over. Even though you can't see this, we will paint the underside of this track. Just because. We may not do anything else with it, but we'll at least, we don't want the underside of the track to be green, you know what I'm saying? So, okay, now let's go ahead and just do the whole front of this. Now let's see what part of this top is actually going to be showing that we need to cover it. So up in here, this is already glued. I already glued this together many moons ago, so short of pulling it apart, which seems unnecessary, I can pretty much reach anything that I can see, so that part's not really a big deal. Yeah, one of the decals that I have for that came in was what is it? What does the slogan say? Battle girlfriend or something like that. And I thought that was really funny until I realized it was actually the story is that there's a lady who lost her husband or whatever, and she decided to sell all her possessions, which I can't imagine it being very much, considering it's in the Soviet Union, and bought a tank. I'm sure she had help or whatever, or it was done for propaganda purposes. And I don't know if it was an all-female crew or certainly she was a commander of the tank and she was female. And it was disappointing because I thought that was like a, I don't want to paint her tank because then you have to be like, okay, well, it was exactly this and have this number on it. But if it was just kind of like a random slogan, then I can kind of paint it however I want. But I thought that was funny, battle girlfriend, or I think that's what it was. Not that I have a problem painting it, having a tank with a female crew, but I don't want it with a specific crew. Like I don't want to paint the tank of, some German tank ace either. I want them to kind of be random. I don't want to build Fury or anything like that. So, but I like that battle girlfriend. I know one of the 1/35th scale models that I have, I still have some of the decals left over, and one of them was "Crush the fascist vipers," is the saying on it. So I thought that's pretty funny as a decal. I guess I could take that one, hand paint it, but I'll have to see how long it is. Yeah, I was able to hand paint some Arab script, so I'm sure the Russian script has got to be easier than that. The problem is I've got to do it on both sides, so maybe if it's sloppy or it's okay. There's this one guy that is very prolific. He does a lot of 1/72nd scale models, and he he uses zero decals. He hand paints everything, and they're very rough looking the way his the stuff that he paints on it, but it really works. So which is kind of cool to be able to just paint anything you want. So maybe I'll give it a chance on this JS2. Maybe I'll come up with some funny thing that they don't make a decal of, because there's actually not that many decals that are available for vehicles in this scale, or there are, but they're for certain ones. And I'd like to keep my things a little bit more generic, you know. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anywho, I guess I probably need to check on my coffee because I poured it, but it's still percolating or doing its thing. So I will be right back. Okay. Yeah, so the one thing about Soviet vehicles, I know they didn't all have them. It's rare to find a Wehrmacht vehicle that does not have a Balkenkreuz on it. I think I said that right. If not, correct me. I want to say things correctly. So, many Soviet vehicles did not have a red star on them, but I don't like I don't like Soviet vehicles without red stars because it just adds that little pop of color, and I just that's what I like. But yeah, I'll have to look at. That's kind of something exciting to do, is look at some slogans and maybe put a slogan on a hand paint a slogan on this JS2. It's a shame I don't know Russian, or I could make my own, make my own slogans, like, you too can be Stalin's bitch, or, something like that. Oh, man. Bringing freedom to the oppressed peoples of Eastern Europe. Yeah, okay. Like I said, we won't be doing any Polish Soviet vehicles. Do you plan on using some of some potting compound or modeling clay in the lower holes to weigh down your plastic tanks before you clamshell them up. No, I do wish they weighed a little more, but the problem with it is that it's kind of twofold. Let me rinse this and we can go. And I don't mind the interruption. It keeps me engaged. If I was going to say take this T3485, all right, and put something to weigh more, the problem is I'm putting extra weight on this vehicle that could end up crushing itself. Like, one thing that I find so annoying is the fact that this is a three-piece hull. The fact that there's a bottom plate and two sides, because gluing this all together is like takes. I think I'm a really patient person, but I mean, I came close to with one of the T30. This one's already built from like the 1990s, but the other two, I came close to just saying, "F this. I'm gonna buy Plastic Soldier Company tanks," which is what I'm gonna do. Whenever I get all these things done, and I still feel like I need more, I'm gonna buy Plastic Soldier, because I don't particularly care to do the running gear. I don't mind doing what I'm doing and taking forever to do the painting. Forever, my painting style takes forever. I don't mind that part, but the assembly, I don't really care for the building of the tanks. Like this thing, okay? Where is she? This ISU 122. Okay. This thing had all kinds of little parts that weren't marked well where they go. And I mean, I could do it. This is a separate link track. I wasn't that big of a deal. Now, actually, the secret is now I use cardboard all the much, so I just assembled it here on the cardboard, and it doesn't stick to the cardboard as I'm putting it on. So it actually wasn't bad, but I would just assume this thing came already built and I can paint it, because I don't mind. I enjoy the painting, the building part. I've done it before. I've built 1/35th scale models, but you know, isn't this thing cute? Anyhow, the I don't want to weigh them down, because you've got this hole that could be three parts that you're putting all this pressure, and if it cracks after it's together, I mean, that's the only thing. Yes, I wish they were heavier. Absolutely. You could use a coffee. Why don't you pour a cup into your disk drive for us? Because I'm using a phone. There's no disk drive here. Oh, I forgot. You're just using a smart. Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to handle it. It's cold. I don't drink anything warm. Soup, that's it. I don't drink warm. I don't drink room temperature beer or alcohol. I don't drink whiskey without ice in it. No. My internal temperature is like 210 degrees Fahrenheit, so, I need to cool down. I got this guy that always gives me hell about putting ice in whiskey. I said, well, if you're not going to put ice in whiskey, why don't you just put a rubber nipple on the top, and don't even pour it into a glass? What's the point in putting it into a glass if you're not going to, I don't think it needs to be watered down. I want it to be colder. And I like ice. I'm an ice chomper, so I like ice. Me likey, me likey. Okay, did we go to the other side? Were we working on the other side when this happened? No, we were working on this side. Where are we? Yeah, so yeah, I thought about that. I like the weight, but that's the problem with it. Now, the other thing is when I was building these models, and I built them, recently, and I hadn't built bottles in years, I was surprised how light they were. And they're very like, you'll cut something and it'll go pew, it'll fly all the way across the room. So you got to be really careful when you're popping things off. But you know, yeah. Anyhow, so this is, yeah, multiple piece hull. This thing was a man. I fought with this. I created a couple of new words. That part wasn't enjoyable. The putting the hull together kind of thing. The rest of it was all just fine. With slogan problem is that probably Russian language has different form of word. Like in English, you have to and second. In Polish, we have Dwa and drugi, but each word has 7 variants. Okay, well, maybe I'll just look at slogans on tanks or whatever. I guess I can't just put the words together. Well, and second can be formed male, female, and neutral. That's like 2, 3. Okay, all right. Well, I'm just probably just gonna look at things of, yeah. So it's not like I can take a slogan apart and like grab fascist from this one and put it together with a one from Stalin, and yeah, I can see that. Well, be funny to call it things like after the war we're going to the gulag too. I saw a video. I don't know where I commented on this. Did I comment? I don't know if I commented this on a video, but I saw. Yeah, I did. I think it was one of the painting ones I did on Wednesday. I watched some Axis and Allies game unboxing thing that this lady was doing, and she was introducing the sides, and when the Axis powers, she went boo, and I get that, but then she introduced the I just can't say yay when the Soviet Union's involved. I'm sorry, it's just too. That's why I like doing the Russian front stuff, because then you don't have to focus on who's the good guy. Yeah, you guys are just bad. End of story. Villains. And I know that the people that fought on the sides, many of them were just kind of caught in the whole thing, and they really didn't have a choice. But yeah, the regimes, villains. Okay, now let's paint these tracks right here. Get some native speaker to translate for your use. Google Translate program. Yeah, it's just the whole letter thing. It's like, can we just agree to use the same alphabet? Different languages are cool, but can we just use the same alphabet, please? How much easier it would be to research some of the Asian armies I like to do so much if it was a language that I could like recognize the letters, So, all right. Did you miss anything on the front here? Oh, the front. We didn't do the front here. All right, let's get that done. Okay, I know I can make it rustier, meaning more oxide colored. I just don't like how it looks when it gets that oxide-ish. It's just not my thing. So, okay. We're gonna leave that there. Also, this thing's constantly turning, so the spots on the bottom are gonna be slightly polished. Okay, so what do we do after this point? Do we seal? I'm trying to remember what I did last time, and I was really happy with the order it went in. I think I sealed, and then I did pin washing after the sealing. We can't do that because that involves getting the heck out of here and doing that. So let's make sure we don't have anything else. We could stand to do some pin washing now. So I know that I didn't want to buy an animals and all that crap, so I just was perfectly happy using Nuln oil for this. Wherever the hell I put it, I'm not sure where that is. Here it is. Drop some of this in here, and drop some of this in here as well. Yeah, this is all the dirty engine exhaust area, etc. So the fact that it's darker, probably just fine. And we had to do the shovel anyway, so. We can come back with the original color and paint the dividers in between these louvers to make them pop a little bit more, get a little bit. That stuff's fun to do, the little detail painting stuff. I believe this is where the exhaust is. So we're going to make sure that's plenty dark in there. And the fuel containers will come back and take that dark off of the center. Okay, this is the part that was really, really sooty. It's just nice to work with something that's water-based because there's no smell. I don't think there's no rubber road wheels on any of this stuff, so this must have been a loud bastard when it came by, squeaking and squealing. And we're just going to go ahead and we're going to just cover this whole thing in this gnome oil and make sure that we get extra where we need it. This plate back here. Okay. And unfortunately, we're going to cover most of the stuff that we're doing anyways, but we know that we did it. I forgot to take a before picture of this guy. Just see how crude it is. See how we made it shine a little more. And with some of the soot on the other tanks, I ended up doing it multiple times. It still dries pretty quick, you know, not that big of a deal. Okay, I think we're about done with that, at least for the first time around. Okay, the turret. See if we can get some of these hatches to pop. And it's just really poorly molded in a couple of these places. But that's all right. I actually thought I owned some Russian tank crewmen, and I was going to put them on some of these vehicles, but I don't, and I don't particularly want to go out and buy them. There is a tank set that I found out by, I believe there's a company called Evo or Evolution, and they make some dismounted tank guys that look like be pretty cool. But I don't really want to get into the buying stuff at the scale of this game. It's almost actual scale with the figures, so you're really not going to want to go crew exposed in any of these vehicles because you're going to catch a grenade. So the fact that all their hatches are closed and using them for the scale of this game is probably appropriate. That's what we did. We pin washed in black, and then when we were done with that, we sealed everything, and then we put the decals on, and then we gave everything a thin wash of brown just to kind of make it look dusty. And then I've only done it a couple times, so I'm not used to the whole procedure that worked. So I was pretty happy with the results of that. And we're going to darken the heck out of this because this is just, when this thing fires, it is just a cloud of despair, you know. It's going to be, what scene is that from? Was it in Band of Brothers? It was in some movie like that, where these guys are in some urban setting, and a tank fires and hits the building, and it misses them, but the cloud of like dust and you'd have boogers for like 12 years uh, washes over them. I forget. It was some movie or something like that where I saw that, and I was like, oh yeah, this is a 122, man. This thing going off is just like you'd be coughing for a month. Okay, there we made something appear there that's not really prevalent there in the detail of the hatch. Okay, let's do the same thing with this other hatch. See if we can't bring this up to. All right, perfect. See if we can sit this kind of flat so it can be there where it needs to be. No, I'm attempting to do that, but with this thing on the bottom. Well, who am I kidding? Just pull this thing off. Done. End of story. There we go. Now let's put a little bit of this around this bulge. Make it pop out a little bit more. Okay, we'll leave that be how it is. How we doing over here? It's settling. We could stand to have that here. There and there. I got lots of books on the JS2. Plus, the plethora of things that we all can get off the internet for free. We'll paint the headlamp later. Okay. What's the weather look like outside? Is it like nasty still? It's moist. So yeah, we've got this guy to do. We got the JSU 122 to do, and figure out what we're going to do with the 2T34s. And then we also have these kits, these models that I got around 1990, 1991, something like that, by a company called Primo, made in Russia. But these are 1/87th scale, so I'm not sure if I'm going to paint them or just forget I ever had them and just move off to the side, because they're under scale, by 10% or so. 10-15%. Got a couple of T28s, one with a conical turret, one with a round turret. It's got actually a red star carved into the top here, or molded in there. And then, of course, the big behemoth T35. So, and all this stuff comes off, actually. Yeah. All the hatches came closed. It's a nice model. I don't know what I'm going to do. This thing would be, would be so much bigger if it was actually. We might not do anything with them, but it is wargaming models, so they don't exactly have to be all exactly the same size. I have a bigger problem with something like, something like this guy. This is a HO scale Sherman, And yeah, you can see that these two are the same scale of each other, how much bigger the T28 is lengthwise. But I got those back in the day when we were doing command decision, figuring, oh, we'll do it in 20 millimeter scale like normally do. But on Epic Game Store in this week is Red Dragon free. You can check this game, very good real-time strategy. I downloaded it. I downloaded it maybe 2 months ago. It was way too fast-paced. There was certain parts of it that I liked about it. If you're talking about the one that's over in Korea, I played it a little bit, and I just felt like I was. Don't get me wrong. I don't necessarily have to have a turn-based thing, but what I did do is I was a big fan of the Close Combat series of games back in the early 2000s. And I never played the first one, but I played the second one that everybody loves. I didn't love the Market Garden one, mainly because some troops just couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. But I have I had Market Garden one, the Russian front one, then the Bulge, and then the one that was in Normandy. I had all of those, but of course they're not compatible with the 64-bit computers, Windows 10, what have you. And since then, Matrix has taken them over. They've redone them all and added Gateway to Khan, Panthers in the Fog, and of course the bloody first one, which everybody seems to hate. I hadn't played any of those, so they had a special that was last weekend. You could get all of them, so it was like 7 or 8 games for like $50, $54 or something like that. So I picked them all up, and I'm playing them off and on. Let's put it that way, and they still, I think they've aged well for what they are, and it is real time, but it's slower real time. That's manageable, and I don't know why the Big Red One gets bad press. I think it's a natural development of the game. You can play it in 2D, like the old games were, or you can play it in two different isometric type of 3D things that give you a much better idea of what the lay of the land is. But I'm working my way through the American campaign, and some of the battles are really boring because they're in Tunisia and there's like nothing to hide behind, not even a blade of grass. But you get through it. But this is, you can tell, this is the difference in color. This is the same color I used for both. It may not be noticeable on the camera, but this has a brown wash over it. All I did was just go over and just gave it a thin coat, just kind of tone it down a little bit. But you know, much more on the bottom section than on the top. But this is actually a decal using the Microsol microset, and I think it worked out really well. You can't tell it's a decal, which I guess is the whole purpose. So that worked out really well. So we'll have to see what direction we go with the numerals or what have you. I know that it seemed like later on in the war, the JS2s had really rough looking stuff painted on them. So that might be actually compatible with being able to do the hand painted slogans on there. You'd use it. Oh, you'd use it. Okay. Only you would know that it needs to be slightly bigger. Well, that in the whole world. The Wehrmacht figures wouldn't know. Well, is it worth me committing the time to paint them? I don't know. Maybe I'll just punt on those and not make a decision. It's not like I'm going to go out and buy the version in. But there will be T26s at one time, but the BT7 isn't that much smaller than this, and that's just really kind of an eye thing. I don't know. We'll see. To be determined. But I got some interesting things on Shermans. Do I have my Shermans handy? No, I put them away. I have one die-cast Sherman that seems like it's really, really much, much, much bigger. And I don't know if it's compatible. I guess I could measure them, but these half tracks I ended up picking up from the toy store, and these are like $3 a piece. And I'm glad I got them because they're damn near 1/72 scale. they'll be repainted. One of these was from the Guadalcanal set, and the other ones were for something else. But we'll get these repainted. They make aftermarket like little packs and stuff that we could put on the side, so we can make all three of them different. But this is definitely a vehicle you want to use for a skirmish game because they're very vulnerable to have all kinds of things happening to them, which is what you want. You don't want something on the board that's impervious to everything else. So these were cheap. Thing I got them, I don't know, 20 years ago, a long time ago, and they've just been kind of sitting and not doing anything with them. The Sherman in question is a Matchbox Sherman. Maybe it isn't bigger. We'll see. This already came like this. This is a. I don't think this is the easy. That's not the Easy 8 suspension. So this would be like an M4A3 76. Yeah, I think that's what it is. And this came already like this, but I'm not going to use it like this. We'll have to repaint that thing. But what else do we have? We have a cast hole Forces of Valor Unimax. Okay, this is a cast hole M4A1, I believe. And they're close. I mean, they're close. This figure, he's coming out. It's got an open hatch, so we can definitely put a oh man, is one hatch missing? Oh, son of a biscuit. Well, we'll hope nobody notices on that. But I can also, without the mine roller, just pull this stuff off, and I've got a standard tank, because this is only useful if you're doing, the actual landing on Normandy, which we're not necessarily interested in doing that. But yeah, it's got some holes we can plug in here, and unscrew this thing, and this figure's got issues. He had a few too many, but there should be another hatch over here, and it's gone. A hatch piece. Find out what the. Oh, he's rubber. Yeah, we've got some nice American crews that I got a American crew set from War Games Foundry, and those guys have a lot of character. So this is something, and then I've got two of the armor fast ones, but see, this is. I guess I got to just ignore the turret. But the turret is a lot bigger in this other vehicle. Yes, my love. I'm being summoned. Okay. What? Oh, you liked it? Yeah. Tanks are cute, right? Yeah. Is this a good guy or a evil bastard? You know. Okay. Yes. So one of my goals when I get to do the Shermans is I want them all to have personality. And like, if you guys have watched Fury, all the tanks that were in Fury all had a different personality, and I thought that was pretty cool. But well, anyways, what I was getting to is I need to take a look at the hull, and one of these may be overscale, but they're definitely definitely usable. This is the only 76 millimeter Sherman that I have, which is fine. Plastic Soldier Company makes a set of 3 with that, but here's the Sherman Firefly. This is one I actually did a long time now. Disregard the fact that it's glossy, because back then I used to coat things in 2 coats of semi-gloss, so that's easily fixed. But this is all done. This is all painted in the same style that I do now, except it looks like I didn't put any weathering on it, so we'll have to fix that up. But this is a Britannia model. Painted this in the late 90s, and looks like it's obviously been in somewhere that it didn't quite fit. But yeah, 17 pounder, man, I think can go through just about everything. But this is yeah, anyhow, we'll have to mount it on the stand as well. But yeah, here's the Panther I did. This thing looks like crap. Well, I think it looks like crap. It needs a new base, and needs some weathering on it, needs some pin washing. Other than that, it's probably just fine. This is a Hasegawa kit, and the tracks need to be repainted. They're like right out of the factory new, so that'll have to be fixed. So anyhow, so to be consistent. What else do I got in here? I got a Matchbox Panzer 4H. This already came like that. I already unscrewed it. Dinky. Matchbox, Mattel, Dinky, China. Well, that tells you everything you need to know right there. And yeah, I just unscrewed it so you can kind of do it on there. I got several Panzer IVs to do, but I'm not going to buy an airbrush. I could do airbrush type stuff like this with a paintbrush and be perfectly fine. So anyways, we got lots of vehicles. I got every bit of 100 vehicles to do. So we got lots of variety of things, and of course the taxi. Taxis. I actually bought this painted from the guy who did BP Cast. The only thing I've ever bought painted. The only miniature I bought painted, because I did buy some terrain. Some of those rough hills that are made out of like the pine bark. But yeah, I think this is an aftermarket thing, but this is a Matchbox or something like that. Anyways, he even signed that he did it. Tom Panetta. I don't know what his middle name is, but it's with the F, so maybe Tom Frank Panetta. I saw this. He was selling this. I'm like, if I ever have any partisans, this would be a perfect vehicle for them to commandeer and go in and pile out of it. So, yeah, already done. So, okay, what did I miss? Jeffrey Smith. I just acquired 3 mini irons T26 secondhand. 1 gun tank, 1 machine gun tank, and 1 gun tank in German markings. Mini irons is what I wanted it to say, but it's mini air runs. Okay. I take it those are die cast. 1 gun tank, 1 machine gun tank. That must be the one that has the 2 turrets. That I don't know if that was used in World War II. It might have been pre-war, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure one survived. And a gun tank and German markings. Okay. Yeah, the die-cast stuff, I want to paint them. I don't necessarily am that interested in building them. And of course, these things are a fortune now. This is when they first came out, the Dragon models, Elephant. It already came like this. This is one of the Kursk ones, so actually it's a Ferdinand. And, yeah. Cool thing. All right. Let's put this guy away. Yeah, I'm excited to do my Shermans. I'm pretty sure I'm going to name them all. Um, I just kind of have to pace myself and not give them names that are out of the period. You know, like I don't want to name one penis wrinkle or something, and that's not a term that was used back then. All right, let's put these guys away and have them go hide where they were. All right. All right, so at this point, did this dry already? I said I was probably going to seal it. I don't know why I couldn't give them the brown wash now. Oh, because we got to figure out decals. Well, we do need to go spray these things. Okay, well, I think I'm going to sign off for a bit, get these things taken care of that involve not being right here, and then maybe we'll be on a little later today. But I hate to leave this many people on here, but we've been on here 3.5 hours, so if you didn't join me, you had your chance, folks. But anyhow, good painting. This should be the end of the Hungarians, and we'll get these guys sprayed, and then we can assemble them. Okay. As always, happy painting, folks, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.